hold on. Let me make sure everything sounds good. Hold on, everyone. Hi! How's it going, guys? How's it going, everyone? One second. Today, we are going to be talking to some Trump supporters today. I would love to hear their stance on things. And, yeah. I would love to hear some, engage in some conversations. Hey, what's up, everyone? Hi, Rain. Is my audio sounding good? Good? Is my audio sounding okay, chat? Hold on. Let me check for my other, hold on. Bruh. Hold on, chat. Hello, everyone. What's up? Hold on. In the meantime, guys, give me like a couple more minutes, and then we'll get started. Let me see if it sounds good. Bro, TikTok, please. Has anyone noticed that, like, you can't... Hold on. Hold on. Has anyone noticed, like... Why can't I go to my other accounts? Bro, did they remove that? Wait, okay, hold on. I gotta go into my settings now. We're gonna wait for some more people to file in, y'all. Give me a second. Hold on. Okay, it is good. Okay. Anyway. I was gonna do a little bit of my makeup today. Hopefully it's good and wait, there we go. This is loud as hell, not gonna lie to you. It's pretty loud. It's pretty loud. Wow. What happened? What don't I appreciate? No, we're not. It's been too long. It's been way too long. Thank you. I appreciate you. Now I kind of have to get back in the groove of using Studio. So just give me some time while I do that real quick, y'all. And then also I think I also need to go live on YouTube. There we go. Excuse me. Making sure that everything looks good. But I don't know. So hopefully everything's working. But it is what it is. If it's not, whatever. Whatever. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Anyway, y'all, feel free to join the request. If you disagree with the prompt here. Today we are going to be talking to some people who support the current president of the United States. And yeah, we're just gonna hope to get some conversations going. How does that sound, chat?
Hey, Tashika, how you doing?
I'm okay. How old are you?
I am 34, April 28th, 1991.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I don't. I just want to give you your flowers. I'm a big fan of yours. Love what you do. Keep doing what you do. Keep educating, keep informing, keep doing this.
I appreciate you, my love.
We
Happy
need
Pride
more
Month.
like you.
Thank you. I
Yes, yes.
appreciate you.
Same. Appreciate you. Love
All
you.
right.
Love you.
All right, dude. Thank you so much for coming up. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Please be patient. Let's see what this person's talking about.
All right.
How old are you?
18.
Okay, where were you born?
2006.
Cool. So yeah. So why do you support Trump?
I just think he's got like, you know, he leads the people.
Yeah. So that's very vague.
Like with other presidents, you don't see this support.
Okay, so this is very vague.
What do you mean?
This is incredibly vague. This doesn't really tell me any information. There's like no policy. He's just like off of vibes. I don't care to talk to someone who believes that.
Uh, uh, well, like the policy where yeah, he's got a lot of good policies. Like the one with Elon Musk where he's gonna send people to Mars. That was a good one.
That's not a policy, and he wasn't even working with Trump when he first did that.
I think you got wrong info, to be honest.
No.
Like, I go golfing at his like golf clubs.
Are you? Is this like a troll, or like are you like actually
No, no, no,
serious?
no, no,
And
no.
also, chat. You don't need to be American to support Trump. I don't know why people keep saying that.
Hey, big up Scotland in chat.
I think you're just trolling. That's why I'm gonna move on.
No,
Let's go on to the next person, y'all. How old are you? What? It's one hell of a noise. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Feel free to join the guest request if you support if you support Trump, y'all. Hi, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 40 years old.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Just on the 1031
Oh
exchange.
shit. What?
1031 exchange. You know what that is?
No, what is that? I'm not familiar.
It's basically it involves taxes and property owners, and Harris directly was
I'm
against
sure,
it.
but can you explain what it is?
I mean, it's capital gains on owning your own property and exchanging it for other property investments and not getting taxed on it.
Okay, so what is it called? Because I don't think you explained
It's
that
a
in a
1031
good sense.
exchange.
A
Yeah,
1031 exchange.
yeah. You don't even know what that is, and you're already
It, do-
dictating it.
it doesn't sound like you knew what it was, so I'm gonna go ahead and look it up
Yeah,
for us.
I just told you what it was.
Shh.
It, it's
1031
sad that you don't know
exchange.
about this.
Okay, baby. 1031 exchange, also known as a like kind exchange, is a tax deferred transaction where you sell a real estate investment property and reinvest the proceeds into a similar property, deterring capital gains taxes. This allows you to move your investment without triggering a tax event. And why was Kamala Harris against this? And you voted for Donald Trump. You wait a minute. You voted for like Donald Trump as well as like other economy crashing policies because of this.
Uh, well, this directly, you know, I'll
Mm,
be
Can you finish this?
self-sabotaging
I would
myself if I
appreciate
were.
I would appreciate you like finish
Yeah,
a
I would
sentence.
appreciate you not interrupt me. Thanks.
I
So,
would appreciate you like finish a sentence and not just like say self sabotaging and then pause for 30 seconds.
yeah, I voted for Trump. I don't like self-sabotaging
Okay, I
myself.
I, I heard you the first time.
Right.
Um, what
Do you want
what
to
do
talk
you
about the 1031 exchange?
right? But like I don't understand why this is like the only thing. And where in his
Because
policies and where
that's
in
what
his
I run
policies
my
did he
life around.
where in his policies did he support this?
Oh, he does support it, trust me.
Where
It's
in his
capital
policy does
gains.
he right? Where in his policy did he support this specifically?
Well, Harris is against it.
Where in Trump's policies did he support this?
Harris was against it.
Okay, so where in Trump's policies did he support this?
Again, Harris was against it. Trump
Okay, so
was in
where in Trump's
control.
policies did he support this?
Trump wasn't against it.
He said that he wasn't against this.
Yeah, he believes in capital gains. He's not touching that.
Um, Kamala Harris is not. When did she say that she wasn't?
Well, capital gains, yeah, you get taxed 30% after you cap $500,000. Let's say you
Right,
have an
but
investment, but you gotta
hold
let me
on.
talk.
One no,
Yeah, you
one
got.
second. Actually, before you keep talking, I need to check something.
Do you Google everything, or you just don't know?
You should Google everything that you don't know.
That's
I think
sad.
there are things that you don't know that you would have to Google. It's really not that big of a deal.
We're not about 1031 exchange.
I'm sure that's the
It's a
only thing you
simple.
know
It's a
about,
simple
baby.
thing.
I'm
You
so
should
proud
know
of
about
you.
this. It's sad that you don't know
Um.
about this.
Okay, baby. Anyway, let me see this. Are you talking about the fact that like Kamala Harris is against like tax loopholes?
It's not a loophole. It's capital gains on my own
It's
property.
it's
I guess
quite
it's.
it's quite
Are you
literally
gonna keep
described.
interrupting me,
Yes, I am.
or?
It's quite
Okay, so
literally
let me
just.
know when I could.
I'm gonna tell you. So it's quite. You saying no doesn't make any sense here because it quite literally says like it says it as a tax loophole, right? This allows you to move your investment without triggering a tax event. That's called a tax loophole. So can you answer that? Are you just saying
Define
that
a
she's
tax
against?
loophole.
Right, like finding legal pathways to be able to like move your money without triggering a tax event.
So, do you think you should be taxed on your own property that you managed and you put
Um,
together
yeah, I think
if
I
you
think
sell it?
yeah, I think the moving money should be taxed.
No, no, no. I'm moving property. I'm not moving money.
Property is money.
No, property is actually it belongs to me. Why do I have to
Right.
pay
So
taxes
and
for
the
it?
reason it matters is because it has a monetary value.
Do you know what property taxes is?
The taxes you pay on your property.
Right. Then why would somebody have to charge me extra taxes on selling my property if I
This
already
isn't
paid for
this
that?
isn't this isn't extra taxes. Like a 1031
It's not.
exchange is not you paying extra taxes. It's you avoiding paying taxes. You're not paying extra
Can I
anything.
explain it so you should be a little bit more familiar with this?
Yeah, go ahead.
So let's say I own 2 duplexes in Miami-Dade County and each duplex costs $1 million, right? Let's say I don't owe on anything on them. So I would sell them for $1 million, right? And the cap is $500,000. She's gonna tax me out of the $500,000 that I'll be making 30% of that. So how would I vote
That's
for
not a
someone?
1031 exchange, by the way.
Yes, it is. It caps at $500,000.
It's not a 1031 exchange. What you just described is something completely different.
Lady, it's a like kind exchange of a
You
property.
you just described a tax loophole,
So you know what a
and
like
then
kind
I don't know.
exchange is?
I'm gonna go ahead and keep talking. You just described a tax loophole and then said that she's going to tax you more. That
She
doesn't make
is.
any sense.
She
Right,
is.
but then the issue would not be the fact that she's against 1031 exchange.
She
It would be
is.
that she wants to tax you more.
Right. So why would I vote for somebody that wants to tax me more?
I don't see where it says that she wants to tax.
You just stated that.
Anyway, you're mad. So I don't see
No, you just
anywhere. I don't
stated
see
that she'll
anywhere. I
tax
don't
me
see
more.
anywhere. I don't see anywhere. I don't see anywhere that says that she wanted to tax you more on this specifically.
Well, didn't you just state that she was gonna tax me more on 1031 exchanges? Didn't you
Because
say that?
that is what you just described in this hypothetical. So I'm operating within
Well,
your
that's
hypothetical.
what it is.
Yeah, but like, where does it say that she wants to tax you more on 1031 exchanges? Because
Are
it
you
doesn't make any sense.
contradicting yourself, honestly?
No, it's not a contradiction, baby.
So okay, so all right, so is she not gonna tax more on 1031 exchanges? That's what you're saying?
I'm asking you where you saw that she was doing this. It said that she just
She
wants to
stated
close
it
tax
herself,
loopholes.
ma'am. Do you know what capital gains are?
Closing tax loopholes is not making you pay more taxes.
I'm not closing
It's
anything.
making
I'm
you. It's
exchanging.
making
I'm
you. It's
exchanging a like kind property for another one. Do you know what that
okay.
is?
So right, and you're doing it in a way that makes you avoid a tax event, which is a tax loophole.
So so let me get it. So am I gonna vote for somebody that taxes me more? How's that beneficial for me?
It is beneficial for you, because some taxes you can write off, and also it helps other people. You need other people to make money, so it's probably within your best interest to benefit those people as well. I think if you live in a country, I'm not done speaking. I think if you live in a country, you should pay taxes, and you should pay the amount of taxes that you're supposed to pay. And I don't
Right.
think that tax loopholes should exist.
So why
Right?
don't I pay property taxes then? Isn't that for the people already? For
You,
schools and
it's actually
police?
not. Like the
No,
property
property
tax.
taxes is not for education. No.
It's not just for education, but a lot of it does go to education.
Right. Correct. So you contradicted yourself. So why am I
What did I
paying
where
property
did
taxes
where did
then?
I contradict myself?
Yeah, you just stated that you're terrible. I don't know how you have so much followers, bro.
Oh, you're mad. Anyway, so where did I
No, I'm
contradict
not mad.
myself?
It's just like,
Oh, you're mad.
what?
Anyway, so where did I contradict
No.
myself?
Well, first you stated that she wasn't gonna tax me more on my 1031 exchange, and then you went back on that. And now
I
you
didn't I
say that
didn't I
property.
didn't I didn't go
You gotta
back
let
on
me
that. I
talk.
think no, I'm going to correct you when you say something incorrect. So, you had a
Can
hypothetical.
I correct you?
No, cuz I didn't say anything wrong. So, I'm going to go ahead and correct you on what actually just happened there, right? So in the hypothetical that you stated, you're saying that Kamala wants to tax you more, right? But you didn't say that previously. You said that she
I
simply
mentioned
again
1031 exchange.
anyway, you said that she was simply against these tax loopholes. And that's not taxing you more. That is making you pay the taxes that is owed to the government and the people around you, right? So that's not making you like pay more taxes as if she's like adding extra taxes on top of the one that you have now. That's false. So I don't know what you're referring to, as well as the taxes that she actually wanted.
Right.
I want to meet you again, please. So the taxes that she actually wanted to impose would have only affected like the ultra wealthy and those who make over 500K a year. And those people
That's
already
not ultra
pay
wealthy.
ultra
Do you
wealthy
think
and those who make over
so?
500K a
So I
year.
don't make $500,000 a year.
Then you would not be the
Oh.
people getting taxed, baby.
Yes, if I sell my property for a like kind exchange in a 1031 exchange, she'll tax me 30% when I sell those properties and buy a new
Well,
investment property.
I think it's objectively a good thing to close tax loopholes because it makes
So
sure that
you
you
are
pay the
saying
taxes
that
that is
1031
owed.
exchange did exist and she's taxing me more on it. So you're a
No,
contradicting
she
machine.
never. No, you never stated, and I can't find anywhere where she stated that she would tax you more on these things. She simply wants to close the tax loophole in which you would not have to pay taxes at all.
1031 exchange exists for a long time and it's always
I
exists.
do
Do you
not
know what
deny
that
that,
is?
baby.
Okay, so it's not a loophole. Do you
It
know
is
that, right?
it is a loophole. Loopholes have
How
existed for a
is it a
long time.
loophole if you get taxed on it?
Right. So the point specifically of a 1031 exchange, as it says here, is to avoid taxes.
No, it's to pay less taxes when you sell
Okay,
your property.
so it allows you to move your investments on your property without triggering a tax event. Is that false?
Correct.
Okay, so that's a tax loophole, baby.
No, I'll be
Okay, so can
paying
you
less
Okay,
taxes.
so can you go ahead and tell me what a tax loophole is?
Has nothing to do with a 1031
Okay, so I'm going
exchange.
to go ahead and ask you the question again. Can you go ahead and tell me what a tax loophole is?
Not paying taxes.
No, tax loopholes don't really mean that you're not paying any taxes. It means that you're paying less than you usually would, right? Some loopholes help you pay less than you usually would. Not always zero. A
So
lot of
you're a
time it is.
contradicting machine, bro.
Okay, so it seems like you're just not understanding what I'm saying.
I just
I'm
don't
gonna go ahead and mute
understand.
you again when I'm speaking. Okay, I would appreciate you not talk over me. So, not all tax loopholes make it so that you don't pay any taxes. Some just make it so that you pay less in taxes, right? And I don't think that tax loopholes should exist. I think people should pay the amount that they are supposed to pay in proportion with the amount of money that they have.
So it's a 1031 exchange a tax loophole?
By definition, yes.
Perfect. So you're stating that by me
Thank you.
exchanging my property
Yes.
for a like kind's property, which I don't even know if you know what that means. You probably don't.
No,
You
I,
have
I
to,
do not. I do not engage in like
right.
real estate.
So you don't know what a like kind property is?
Yeah, I don't engage in real estate.
Right. So why are you talking about this so knowledgeable if you're thinking
I'm not talking about it so knowledgeable. You brought it up.
so why are you correcting what I'm saying, which you don't know
Because
anything about?
because it's very easy to look up what you're saying and see that you're wrong.
Okay, so define a 1031 exchange.
Right, a
Without
1031
looking at
exchange
it.
is a way to reinvest in a similar or different property, in a way that leads to you not having to pay the taxes on the amount of like money being moved. Right, with investments, they're typically non-taxable, and through this, you pay little to no taxes, if any at all.
Right. So
Right.
why should I be having to pay taxes after
Okay, so
20
can we
years I never
acknowledge that
paid
it took
taxes?
me one Google search to re-explain that to you?
No, you had to search it. That's
Okay.
that's the beef.
Okay, baby. Okay, so
Do
continue.
you not understand that? Yeah.
Okay.
So me paying taxes for something I didn't have to pay taxes for before, how is that bad? Why would I not vote against that?
Because the reason you didn't have to pay taxes on it before was because of a
I
tax loophole.
reinvested it.
Right. Investments are
Right.
non-taxable.
Well,
And
exactly. Why do you think that
these are
is?
ways in which people engage in tax loopholes, baby.
So when I reinvested to for homes, right? So I could actually rent them. Does that not
Um,
benefit people directly?
Not necessarily. You do not have to sell these homes. If anything, companies actually make a lot more money by being able to write off these like property
I'm
taxes,
not a
and
company,
actually not renting them out. Well, no, I'm not saying that you need to be a company. I'm saying that this is what companies typically do when they own a lot of
yeah.
properties.
Well, that's not what individuals do when they own properties. So the
You'd be actually very surprised. I think landlords play a significant role into the housing crisis in the United States today.
I think landlords actually pay a lot more property taxes than the people that don't.
I'm sure they pay, yeah, when typically when you own property, you pay property taxes. And
Which
they may
means
pay
that you're
I'm not done speaking,
supporting
baby. I'm not done
everything else,
speaking, babe.
right?
I'm not done speaking, baby. So it may mean that they pay more in like, basic
Taxes.
cat I'm not done speaking. In basic cash value. But per capita for these things, they likely pay less because of these types of tax loopholes that they have.
So
Not
I'm
everyone
not.
has not everyone has access to these tax loopholes. So while they may pay more in like monetary value, it doesn't act or like number value more so, it doesn't actually mean that they pay the amount of taxes that they should be paying. Now you can speak.
So
Where's my Fenty?
basically, all right. So do you own property?
No, I do not.
All
But my
right.
family
So
does.
that oh, not you don't own property. So basically that means that
Oh, it will be mine
I'm
when my
paying you.
parents pass
I'm
away.
paying. Yeah, yeah. So hey, great for you, generational wealth. So and try to get your own shit before they give you that. So that's
No.
credible. So yeah,
No, I'm
a
not gonna do that.
1031. Okay, yes, yeah.
That's
All
kind
right.
of the point of generational wealth is that I don't
Right.
have to do it.
Right. Rely on your parents. I get it. So yeah,
You should
1031.
be able to rely on your parents, right? You just praise me for generational wealth and then just try to dog me for having like well off parents.
Right, right. No, no. What I'm
What?
dogging you is that you're talking to me about property ownership, and you don't even own a property. And
What?
you're stating that you pay taxes, and you don't pay as much as taxes as property owners because they actually do pay taxes.
Right. So, okay, so it seems like you're not understanding what I'm saying here. So
It doesn't
people
make
who own
sense what you're saying.
I just don't think you understand how it works.
Yeah, I don't understand how it works.
Right. Just because they pay more in monetary value doesn't actually mean that they're paying the amount that they should be paying. You've just given an example of how they end up not paying the amount that they should be paying with this transfer of funds and
Do you
investments.
invest anything to your
Tip, thank you so much
society?
for the $8 over Venmo. I appreciate you, baby.
Hey, do
If
you
you do want to
invest
support me,
anything
this is the
to your
name right here.
society? Do
I'm
you
sorry.
invest anything to your society?
Anytime I buy something, anytime I sell something,
Right,
anytime I move any kind of funds, information,
right.
anything like that,
No, no, that's not. I'm not
um,
asking you that.
this is
I'm
going
not
to
talking
benefit
about
society.
taxes. I'm not talking about taxes. Do you actually invest in your community?
I don't know what you
Do
mean
you
by
create
invest in
jobs? Do you
community.
create any type of jobs?
No, I work for myself. I am my only employee.
Well, I work for my own self and I create jobs.
I'm so happy for you, baby.
No, no, I'm just stating. So why do I have to pay more taxes than you if I create jobs and you don't?
Because you move more money than I do. So the
I
money that you
create
move should be
jobs.
taxed. It doesn't
I
matter.
employ people.
That
So
doesn't
why
matter.
should I be paying more taxes than you
Because you're
if I
moving
give
money
people
and you have more money.
opportunities?
Because you're moving money and you have more money. Yes.
So do you employ people?
No, I employ myself.
Right. So that means that you're not actually contributing to society, but yourself, right?
And that's fine, but I don't see how you can say that
Right,
though,
right,
because with the money
right.
that I do make, I do buy a lot of things.
But you write
Like
off
my
taxes on
entire
them. So,
yes,
so,
I
so,
do write off
right, right.
taxes on
So
them.
that's not contributing. I'm actually
That is
contributing to my
contributing because
society.
I pay taxes on the things that I buy. Given the fact that like the renovations on my room were a couple thousand
Oh,
dollars, my setup was another couple $1,000s. The room that I'm
right,
sitting in here, the room that I'm sitting in right now is probably worth about $10,000.
right. Do you pay
Um,
property taxes
I'm
for
not
that
done
room?
speaking. Anyway, so it's probably worth about $10,000. I paid taxes every time I bought something with that $10,000 that I spent to renovate my entire
That's
room.
called sales tax. Where do
Right.
you
So that
live?
is
What state do
contributing
you
to
live in?
society. I live in
Not
Pennsylvania.
really.
No, it
Oh, okay.
is.
Why did you guys
Wait,
turn red?
wait a minute. Are you telling me right now that like sales tax is not like one of the biggest pieces of like money that the government gets from us? Are you serious? That's like literally the ways in which like we stimulate our economy. Like if like
What's
the
the
middle
percentage of
class,
sales tax you
one
pay?
second, if the middle class completely stopped paying like buying things, our economy would collapse. So the fact
What are
that you
you
would say
talking about?
the fact that you would say me spending like $10,000 in 1 month means nothing. It's insane to me.
Right, right. Yeah. So, what's your What's the percentage of sales tax in your state? Do you even know what that
I
is?
don't know. I don't look at those things.
Yeah, that's obviously. So, it's like 10% in
I
Pennsylvania.
thought
You
it
know
was about
how
I thought it
much?
was about 15.
Yeah, it's 10 or something. So
Okay.
it's 6% in Florida. I live in Florida.
Okay.
Right. So, do you pay property taxes for that little room you're in?
No, because it is on my family's land.
Right, and your family pays property taxes, right?
Correct.
Right, right. So, do you think your family's contributing to education and careers and jobs and
Yes,
firing on?
I am our home is surrounded by plenty of schools in which we fund via our property
Right, right.
taxes.
So
We
right.
also live near a fairly wealthy estate.
Mhm.
So yeah, the
Okay.
property taxes
Right.
for these schools nearby are pretty good.
Right. So I have three homes that I own, and I have to pay property taxes on each and every one of them. So, and I employ people to fix them, and I actually create rental opportunities for people to rent my properties.
Yana,
So I'm
can you
actually
comment?
employing
Because for
people.
some reason I can't mod you from the like on PC. It's just so weird. I can't mod you from here. So comment in the chat. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not gonna repeat myself. My point is that
Oh,
you're
then
not paying
I'm not
property
gonna. I
taxes.
didn't hear what you said, so we're not gonna be able to continue if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
don't.
My point is that you're not contributing.
We're not gonna be able to continue if you don't repeat what you said, because someone messaged me something
I
important.
was.
So
You're remuting me.
you said you weren't gonna you weren't gonna repeat yourself.
You muted me. I have to talk.
You said you weren't gonna repeat yourself.
Are you gonna let me talk?
Are you gonna repeat yourself?
Yeah, I might
All
have
right,
to. I
good
have no
boy.
choice.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah. So you don't actually pay property taxes at all, and you don't even contribute to society because you don't employ anybody.
I do
You're just
contribute to society.
yeah. So I'm
I
not
pay
done.
taxes.
So
No, what
how
you
do you
just
pay
said
taxes?
what you just said was objectively false.
How do you pay taxes? Sales tax? You think
Yes,
you think that's
sales
paying
tax and the
taxes?
taxes I pay at the
So
end
you're
of the year from
actually
the money that
paying
I make.
taxes for the product that you bought. Are you this stupid?
Yeah, that's not a
Are you
stupid
this
thing.
dumb?
That's like one of the main ways.
No, but are you
I would
really this
appreciate you
dumb?
not calling me names.
I'm sorry, but it's surprising that you have followers, honestly.
I
Because
think you're just like
do you
really
know
mad that I have
do you
followers and
know
you
what
don't.
sales tax is? You're
It's
paying
the
for the
tax that you pay
product
on
that you.
sales.
Yeah, okay. Do you know where those taxes go to?
It depends.
Depends on what.
Where you are, whether or not it goes to like
No,
sales.
no, no. Do you know what sales taxes go to?
It
Can
depends.
you answer that question at least?
It depends.
Okay, so answer it since you know what it
Right.
depends
So where
on.
you are, state taxes,
Give me an example.
like infrastructure, things like that, or to the bit, stuff like that.
Yeah, give me an example.
I gave you two.
No, no, you didn't. That's
So
not giving me an example.
infrastructure, housing, it's wherever they want to put the money
So
towards.
sales tax goes
You don't
directly
really
to housing.
you don't really get to pick where the money goes, nor do you really know the
Right.
specifics, but you
So
know that
you don't think
overall,
you're paying taxes for the product that you're buying?
you do sometimes.
Do you know how that product gets to here? All the shit that you're putting your makeup on, all that trash you're putting on is from China. You know that, right?
W China.
Yeah. Even maybe, I don't know, maybe your earrings, maybe everything you're putting on right now, even that little shit you're putting on your eyebrows right now.
Can you
is probably
stop?
from China.
I would rather you like not be so aggressive in my live stream.
No, I'm just telling you, we're paying for that. Do you know
I
what
pay for
tariffs
it.
are?
I do know what tariffs are, baby.
Right. So sales tax almost works directly the same.
No.
Yeah, it does.
What do
Okay.
you what is the
So
what
do you
is
know you're actually
I'm
paying
sorry,
for
what is the
products.
what's the comparison that they're both taxes? What is the comparison here?
So let's say you go to a supermarket and you buy, I don't know, some ground beef, right? You see it costs 10.35 or $15. It's gonna end up costing you $17 because you're actually paying taxes for that product to get it here.
You mean like so
That's
like
what a sales
when
tax is.
there's a tax on something, then people pay more for it when they buy it, I guess. If that's what you're comparing, then you're just saying that they're both
I
taxes.
just don't understand. I don't think you understand what sales tax is.
A sales tax is a tax that you pay when you buy something.
Right, for a product.
Right. So like the moving of money, that's taxable.
The
So
moving of that
whenever you
product.
move money from yourself to something else, that is usually taxable.
Yeah, you're actually paying for the moving of that product to get it to you. You know that, right?
Exactly, baby.
Right. So you're not actually paying for anything else. So you're not actually contributing at anything. You're actually contributing when you own property and you pay property taxes.
I
Which
don't think that's the only way to contribute, because then you'd be saying that like most of this country does not contribute, but you wouldn't
so
be saying that because you wouldn't be able to have your business or have your employees if that were the case, right? Because I'm
yeah,
pretty sure that
well,
most of your employees don't have property. Most people in this country do not have property, right? So
why
I
would
don't know
you
what you're
assume that?
talking about here. Saying that you don't actually contribute to the economy or the country when you don't have property is kind of insane, because
No,
that's not how
it's
that
just
works. I think
sad.
you know
It's
that.
just sad you
Like most
telling
people
me
in like
that
New
you get
York,
taxed a
one
lot
second,
more.
baby. Most people in like New York or like in California don't own property, and yet those two have like the biggest economies in this country. Like if the entire country were to if they were to secede, they'd be able to exist as their own countries, right? So
No. So
I don't know why
let
you're
me
saying
let me.
that.
It's just it's
I
just
think I
sad that
think this is
you
just like I think this is more just like a level of like pride for you, and I'm very happy
no
that you own property. Like my family
no. It's
owns
not
property
prideful.
both
It's
in the
not.
United States and in Jamaica, right? We own different parts of property. We own one of the biggest like plantations in Jamaica, not the biggest, but like it's a good sized plantation, right? You know what I mean? So owning property means a lot, and it's a really good thing. But I think you're just making this argument in like weird bad faith and trying to like I don't know.
No. So what I'm trying to point out is that why should I be paying more taxes than you if I employ people and
Um,
I have properties that I pay taxes on?
right. So you've just described how you have more money. And if you have more
No,
money, you should be paying more
that doesn't mean
taxes
I
in
have more money.
proportion with that.
That doesn't mean
Okay,
I have more
so
money.
how
That
okay,
means
so
that means I have to reinvest on my own business. So that means I have to give up more money
right.
just to be
You
self-employed.
need money to do so, to be self-employed, to have
I
employees, to
mean, do
own
you think
property.
these properties take care of themselves?
Exactly. And it's fine for you to have some kind of like tax incentives, right?
Correct.
But I
That's a
still think that you
1031
should be
exchange.
I still think that you should not have tax loopholes, right?
Well, a
There's a difference
1031 exchange
between
is not a
I'm
tax
sorry,
loophole.
baby. It's by definition it is.
No, it's not.
So, it is.
It's not. You
It
just don't
is.
understand what it is.
I just explained to you what it was and then you agreed.
Yeah, you could tell me what it is, but you're telling me it's a tax loophole, which it's
It is a
not. And
tax loophole,
like
baby.
that.
It is a way of moving money through investments that avoids taxes.
No. You actually get. She's gonna
Okay.
actually raise the taxes on the 1031 exchange.
Okay. Oh, she did say that. How is that the case if it's a tax loophole?
It's not a tax loophole. You keep
By
saying
definition, it
this.
is. It is. It is.
Well, how is it a tax loophole if you have to pay taxes for it?
The point is that you don't have to pay taxes. The point of a 1031 exchange is that you don't pay taxes. That's like the point.
I don't think you understand, honestly.
Okay, so a 1031 exchange, also known as a like-kind exchange, is a tax-deferred transaction where you sell a real estate investment in property and reinvest the proceeds into a similar property, deferring capital gains taxes. This allows you to move your investment without triggering a tax event. So, without triggering a tax event and being able to move
Define that.
money, right, you don't get taxed.
No, you don't get taxed more.
No. Without triggering a tax event,
All right.
you
So
don't get
do you
taxed.
understand that every
You
time
don't did you
sell
like
your
you don't
property?
you don't always get taxed
So
on an investment.
yeah, yes you do. So every time you sell a property, you're gonna get
Okay.
taxed on it, and you're gonna
But
tax on what you sold that
but
property
you're
on.
not necessarily selling this right now.
That doesn't matter. I don't have to exchange it. I could sell it if I want, and I have
Right,
45
but
days
that's
to
but that's
actually
that's
reinvest
a
it.
completely different thing that you're talking about here. Okay?
No.
Like and also again, it quite literally says tax deferred. Do you know what tax deferred means?
Yeah, you don't pay for taxes on that.
Right.
But
That's a
yeah,
loophole.
but
Like for example, like this is a way in which like a lot of like ultra wealthy people like Mark Zuckerberg or like Elon Musk maintain a lot of their funds, right? Like do you think Elon Musk has $350 billion in his bank account right now? Malia, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you, baby. Do you think that's the case?
I don't know. I don't follow billionaires.
Okay, so that's not how that works. How much money did Mark Zuckerberg make last night? I mean, not last night.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
last
don't
year.
follow billionaires. That's not
He
my
was
business.
paid a penny.
God bless
penny.
him.
Right. So how is he getting paid a penny a year, but also one of the richest men alive?
God bless him. That's his problem, not mine.
Okay. So you cannot say that you know about these things and then not know how that's the case. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and explain that to you. The reason Mark Zuckerberg gets paid a
Why are
penny...
you talking about Zuckerberg? It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
It unironically does. I'm going to explain it to you.
It doesn't.
It does. I'm going to explain it to you.
No, it doesn't at
I'm
all.
going to explain it to you. So the reason Mark Zuckerberg from his business gets paid a cent, even though he's a CEO and he owns the company, is because they get their money through like capital gains tax, investments, and things like that. And the way in which it's like they need money, right? They just borrow against these investments. I'm sorry, these capital gains, and then use their stocks as like collateral. If I said that correctly, Chad, I'm not like a fully versed on it, right? But the way in which they do this is fully non-taxable, right? You just said this. You just said like their income is tax deferrable.
That's an income. I'm not getting an income.
Exactly. Do you think Mark Zuckerberg has an income? Do you think Elon Musk has income?
They have a company. I don't have a company.
They do not have income, but they do not have income though. That is why they are able to have the money that they do.
They're not investing in property. They're investing in something
Okay,
else.
I'm not specifically talking about property. This applies to multiple
nothing to
things.
do with a 1031 exchange.
This applies to. I'm explaining to you how like tax deferable like
You're
money works.
explaining to things that have nothing to do with a 1031 exchange.
It unironically does have everything to do with it. Would you like for someone else to try to explain this to you? I can have my friend Hambles up.
Yeah, whoever. I don't care.
Okay. Let's see if Hambles can do it, because maybe because I'm like a woman or something, you don't want to listen. But go ahead, Hambles, take it away.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I'm almost done being sick. I swear to God. So specifically, what I was requesting to talk about was his positions on sales tax. I wasn't coming up to talk about the 1031 stuff.
Mm.
So sorry if that is a.
Yeah, talk about the 1031 stuff. Since you were brought here for that, right?
Well, no, I requested a while ago.
So this guy doesn't know anything about 1031 exchanges?
No, but Tashika.
All right, so why are you up here?
Hey, stop. Tashika, would that be okay if we talked about the topics that I am educated on?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
the topic
for sure.
I was talking about is 1031 exchanges.
We can take a little bit of time.
Yeah, so you said
So
that
again, we're not talking about
sales-
1031 exchange?
Well, no, why would I talk about something that I'm
Because
not
that's what we were
educated
talking
on?
about.
Yeah, but you were talking about sales tax earlier.
So,
and you were
lady,
wrong.
you just brought up a guy who doesn't know anything about 1031 exchange.
You lied earlier in this live, and I requested a while ago to combat your lying.
Lying about
Right
what?
here.
Are you talking about 1031
Sales
exchanges?
tax. Sales tax. You lied about it.
What did I lie about?
You said that sales tax just funds the product.
Funds? No, you're paying for that product to be moved. That's the taxes.
Yeah, no. So
It
sales
doesn't.
tax-
So it doesn't
no,
mean that.
So you could actually just look this up.
No. So
when
are you
you
saying?
pay-
Are you saying?
Oh,
I would
wow, you
appreciate
can't let me
appreciate
talk.
you let Hambles talk,
I
please.
would appreciate
If there
you
was
bring somebody up that knows what 1031.
if there was a piece of I don't know what this hyperfixation is, but if there was a piece of misinformation present on my life, I would like for it to be
I mean,
cleared up.
he's misinforming you right now.
So those are my pronouns. So anyway, sales tax specifically does not just pay for the moving
Oh,
of a
it just
product.
doesn't, but it does, though, right?
Oh, you could actually just Google that. You could just
Yeah,
look that
yeah,
up.
but it does pay for the movement of that product, doesn't it?
But that's not what
Okay,
it just does. And also not
Hambles-
in every
Hambles-
circumstance.
Please
So
just finish.
where did I lie?
Please just finish your statement. So
Yeah,
I don't
you
know.
lied in
I don't
that
know.
you
I don't know why
tried-
he's so belligerent.
He was trying to conflate that sales tax doesn't pay for all the things that you already listed, like infrastructure, transportation, healthcare, like even like environmental projects that we have in different states, sales tax goes to pay for all of these things. And while property tax makes up, I think like what, 15% more total than sales tax in being collected, what you said does not equate.
Let's say
Like,
15%.
is your position that sales tax doesn't fund all of these public things that are necessary for the economy and society to function?
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's why it had like the tone at the end.
Yeah,
and it
like I
started with the
told
word-
you. Like
and
I
it started
told you,
with the
sales
word
tax.
why.
You're paying for that product to be moved.
Okay, and what
Right.
else are you paying?
You're paying for that product to be moved.
And what else are you paying?
You're paying for that product to be moved.
And what
dude.
else are you paying?
So you actually do agree that you're paying for that product to be moved, right?
Not necessarily.
So so you're stating you're not paying for that product to be moved in sales tax? Is that what you're stating? Because if not, you're lying completely here.
No, I said not necessarily.
So what does not necessarily mean to you?
It means that it's not every instance when you pay sales tax.
So
you're just paying for the
okay, so
product to be
it
moved.
does have some type of definition that you are paying for the movement of that product, correct?
What do you mean by movement specifically?
What do you think moving? Do you think that we get everything from America? Do you think
No.
everything you buy?
Oh, so you
comes
mean
from
like
America?
the cost of importing and transportation? Is that what you mean?
Do you know what that is?
What do you mean?
Can you bring somebody up that actually knows what they're talking about?
No, I literally said you're talking about.
Damn, that's a lot of
transportation.
fucking makeup, bro.
You're talking about
Sorry,
transportation.
sorry.
Can you?
You're
stay on
pretty
track?
already. I don't know why you're putting so much makeup, bro. That's crazy.
You think
So
I'm
can you
pretty?
bring
Oh,
somebody
you're
up that
flirting
has
with you.
1031 exchange fucking
No, we're
knowledge?
actually
What?
not. We're actually not.
Oh my
doing that.
goodness.
So
I
what
mean,
you're
you just
referring
stated
to-
that
you're-
we're not.
you're
Sales
referring
tax has nothing to do
Are
with
you
actually the
referring
movement
to?
of that
Are you
product.
referring to?
You're
are
this
you
dumb.
referring
This is
to-
crazy.
Are you
Okay, so I would
referring to
appreciate 1 second before we continue. I would really appreciate you maintain a level of decorum.
I can't.
and
He's not
so-
knowledgeable.
You can. You can. I've been speaking to you very kindly this entire time, and it seems like we're both in the same boat. We're talking to knowledgeable people. Okay? So let's lock in for a second. And stop speaking like that and speak like adults. Do you understand?
So why'd you bring this guy up?
Okay, so you're just
Because he wanted to quell some kind of misinformation that was said here. I didn't hear what you said. So if they heard something that was false, then I would like for that to be quelled.
Right, and that wasn't even proven that it was false.
And Jordan, thank you
Yeah,
so much for the
so-
$30 cash app, baby. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for
To
Jordan.
better pin down what your position is here, since you're being very dodgy with it. Do sales taxes pay for public services?
Sales
Yes or
taxes
no?
actually pay for the movement of that product. that
Yes
you buy.
or no?
I just told you what sales tax was for.
Yes.
Jordan, that
or
$30 is going to go to more NARS. Because I ran out.
Yeah,
No? Yes
where does
or
that
no?
come from?
Yes or no?
Where do they make that
Sales-
product?
Yes
I
or
don't care.
no?
They can make it in
Does
hell.
sales
Why
tax
am I? Why do
pay-
I have to
yes
answer your
or
question?
no?
Okay,
Makes no
so-
sense.
Sales
Okay,
tax
so-
pay
This
for other
guy's-
services.
Can you please engage with Hambles? For
I
like
mean, he
for
doesn't
like a
want to
minute.
engage with me.
No,
He
I'm
doesn't wanna
asking a
answer
yes
my
They've
or
been
no
asking
question.
you a question this entire time that you've refused to answer.
What do you mean? He doesn't want to answer mine.
Those are my
I just
pronouns.
told him. I just asked him if.
Oh, you
sales
go by they,
tax
them, Hambles?
directly have to do with the movement of that
Oh,
product.
sorry, baby.
And he stated,
They?
not really.
Whoa.
So he's actually.
Okay, let's chill out. Back to back. That's
So
bad.
what I'd like to demonstrate
So
to the
tell me,
audience
is
here
that sales
is
tax
that-
actually
wow,
contribute
it's
to the
barking.
movement? Does it actually contribute
Um,
to the movement of the product?
Oh, if you want to say contribute, yeah.
All right, perfect. So
It
bring
doesn't
me up
fully cover
somebody.
it. It
So
doesn't
where was
fully
I
cover
lying?
it.
So
Yeah,
where was I
because-
lying?
Yeah, because you're lying by
So
omission.
where was I
Do
lying?
you know what lying by omission is?
Doesn't mean directly lying. Just because I
does.
don't mention something else doesn't
so
mean
you
I'm
know
lying.
You're lying.
Nope.
Okay, so then answer the yes or no question. Does sales tax pay for public services?
Depends what state you're in.
Why didn't you just say that?
Because
Is
I
that
live
not
in
is
Florida.
that not what I said?
Not really.
I said depending on
really.
what state you're in. Like
No, no.
Verbatim.
I'm checkmating this whole column. Can you bring somebody up, please?
okay, so Hambles, it seems like he's just gonna. I'm just gonna continue the
Yeah,
conversation.
Hambles got tortured.
That's enough, baby. Hambles, I'm so sorry to deal with that. I'll text you in a little bit. I don't know what that was about. I don't know what that was about, my love.
Yeah, it's
Um,
totally fine. I think people who have businesses or they own things, they think they understand everything better than other people. They have a very large level of an ego that comes along with their perspective.
I think so.
And
It sounds first generational, to be honest.
and just because I don't have my degree in economics, I have it in public policy, doesn't mean that I don't understand how a lot of these systems work. And I think it's very weird for him to have these positions where he eventually had to admit that sales tax does fund public services
Right.
after aggressively dodging it for the
Never s-
almost the entirety of this live.
Right.
But
Well, I'm just gonna continue the conversation with him,
I
and
have a
maybe he'll have a coherent thought. But thank you so much, Hambles. Y'all, W Hambles in the
yeah,
chat.
question.
W Hambles, thank you so much for being up here, baby.
thank you.
See
Hey,
ya.
I have a question for him.
No, they don't go by he him.
He said he got a degree in
Eh,
public.
okay, baby. They don't go by he him.
What is she or
It,
he is then? What?
it's not always she or he. It's they them.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So he has a degree in public what?
Okay, so it seems like you're unable to understand that. So until you learn that, I'm gonna move on to the next person. I will not have you openly disrespect my friend. Hi, how old are you?
Hi.
Hi,
I'm 20.
you're a little muffled. Can you move to close to the mic, please?
Sorry. I'm 27. Oh yeah, I
Cool.
just wanted to say that he lied because he literally said that sales tax doesn't contribute to society. So that was
Oh
definitely a
yeah,
good
yeah, yeah.
answer. But yeah,
Oh
that's all I
yes,
wanted to
yes.
say.
I
But
appreciate you.
have a
Yeah,
great
because
day.
you too, baby. Because we did
Yeah.
just have an entire conversation about how like sales tax is like one of the biggest pieces of tax that this country gets a year. Which is why things like the stimulus were so effective. Hi, how old are you? Okay, that person was not here, y'all. And also, if you want to know what I'm using on my brows, I'm using the
You're rude. You're rude.
Okay, baby, 1 second. I'm using the Urban Decay brow. What is it called? Slick Day Brow. And this is like literally if you have 4C hair and you have curly eyebrows like I do, this is the only thing that
Sales
works.
tax do contribute.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born?
2004.
2004, baby. What month?
Why does it matter what month? January the 5th?
Okay. When did you graduate high school? Unfortunate developments. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I just wanted to keep asking them questions. I don't know what that was, baby. Hi, how old are you? In January as well. Hi, how old are you?
28.
Cool. So, why do you support Trump, or do you disagree with the topic here?
Yeah, I just think she'd be worse at getting the border under control.
Can you describe to me what was going on at the border and what needed to be under control?
Well, they were kind of letting people flood through outside of ports of entry without
Letting
any
people
deterrence.
wait, letting people flow through, is that what you said?
Yeah, they weren't stopping and apprehending as they should as much
Where's the evidence for that?
with my eyes.
You're not able to
Um,
determine someone's
Why?
legal status in this country just by looking at them, baby.
That wasn't my claim. I was talking about
Right, so then can you
the
provide me
border.
with like some statistics, please, that they were just like letting people over the border and not being able to do their jobs?
Well, they were letting people in, right? And
If
then
they
they
were
were
letting
getting
if they were letting people in, that would imply that these were legal migrants, right? They would be illegal if they were not letting them in. So if they were letting them in, I don't see why you would have an issue with that if you're pro legal immigration, correct?
Yes, I am.
Right. So if they were just letting people in, that means they were letting in legal migrants.
Yeah, well, I disagree with that because what would happen
Is
if
legal
you didn't claim
migration not when a
asylum?
country lets in people?
How is it then that somebody who is here past a year and does not claim asylum is then deported by law?
What are you saying to me right now?
How is it then that if somebody is found to be here past 1 year without claiming asylum, that they are by law deportable if they're legal?
I don't know what you're asking me here. If they're
Well, it's a very
legal,
simple question.
it's not, because you're not asking me like a coherent
Okay, so
sentence right now.
let's say I'm a citizen of Honduras and I go through Mexico to get to America. I sneak in or get through and I don't encounter anybody, any agents.
Unlikely.
I move to, let's say, Colorado. I'm there for 2 years, and then ICE finds me and determines that I didn't come through a port of entry. And not only that, I never claimed asylum. So now I'm found to be deportable because by law that they broke the law, correct? Am I wrong in that?
If a person's deportable if they've come here illegally?
If they did not claim asylum within the 1 year time frame, is that a law?
If it is the case that they are here illegally, then I think it's fine to deport them. I just think it doesn't make any sense because it takes more money to deport someone than to just give them a clear path to citizenship, right? Because again, it is a lot cheaper for us to just give, because most of these people, again, I just want to add, do not commit crime and do not have a criminal record. And therefore, I think it would actually be a waste of government funds to deport people who have not committed a crime and pretty much funnel money into our economy. Because if it is the case that they do not have like any kind of citizenship, this means that they do not have tax incentives. It means that the main ways in which they pay taxes is through sales taxes, which is like the biggest sect of taxes that we pay in this country. And if that's the case, these people are literally like money funnels. They put so much money into the economy and get nothing out of it. And so if this country was actually like pro-capitalism, and cared about like literal walking money bags, that being illegal immigration, then they wouldn't circumvent all of the money that this person has been pumping into our society.
Plus,
I'm not done
yeah,
speaking.
I'm not saying that
I'm not
if
done
they
speaking.
don't.
I'm not done speaking.
All right, well, let me know when you're done.
I'll let you know. So yeah, they wouldn't waste a bunch of money deporting these people, putting them into like courthouses, spending thousands upon thousands of dollars, just to deport them, and then just freely giving them a right to citizenship. Now I'm done.
Cool. So you said that it was not, or that they have no criminal record, correct?
Most of the time, they do not have a criminal record. Correct.
So what is 8 USC 1325 then?
Are you referring to the misdemeanor?
Yeah, is that a crime? Are misdemeanors crimes?
Misdemeanors are crimes, but
Correct.
I don't think that really matters here, right? Because a criminal record and then like crossing a border are two different things here. You can say like, oh, they've committed a crime, then they need to go back. It doesn't really matter though. Do you want more or less money in this country? Because that
There's
law doesn't
nothing
make
to
any
do with
sense.
money.
I don't think it should actually be a crime to cross a border.
Well,
I
you
think
can
it should be a
advocate.
crime to like traffic things over the border, but to simply cross a border and that being a crime, I think is asinine. Unless this country is allergic to money, I don't see why you would care about that. Or unless you don't care about money, I don't see why you would care about that.
Yeah, well, it's not a civil infraction. It's a misdemeanor. It is a crime.
I
You
didn't
said
say that it was a
wasn't.
civil infraction. I said it was a misdemeanor, baby.
Well, you're acting as if it is, like it's a speeding ticket or
I
something.
quite
It's
literally
not.
just said it's a misdemeanor, baby.
Right, which is a crime. You said it wasn't.
Right, so is
By
stealing a
implying that they
chocolate
have
bar.
no. Well, that's a bad thing to do too.
Not really.
Um.
Anyway, so like I was
Oh,
saying
okay. So
before,
are you telling
are you
people
like
here that people should steal chocolate bars because it's
I
not
truly
really
don't
legal?
care if they do. So
No. But you said,
do you
mm,
I'm gonna keep
gotcha.
talking.
You're a
I'm gonna
great
keep talking.
person.
I'm gonna keep talking.
We hope you raise a great family. I'm sure you never will though.
Okay, baby. Like I was saying before, yeah, so are you allergic to money? Do you believe that this country should have more or less money and a strong workforce?
It has nothing to do with money. Money doesn't drive me.
Okay, so you don't care about any of these things. You just
And plus,
you're
you
just
spend
pro
more.
adhering to the status
You
quo,
spend
even
more
if
housing them.
so you're
And
just
and
no, we don't. So you spend so what you're saying is that like you don't care about money. You just want to uphold the status quo for no reason, even though it disadvantages us.
I'm saying that despite the money that we acquire from them, we spend more on them.
Oh, source.
So it's a net
Source.
loss.
Source right now.
Sure. 1 second.
My eyebrows are not staying down because I don't. This is running out. There's not enough product on it, Chad. I gotta get more of this. I use this so much. This only lasts like 2 weeks for me. Crazy, crazy. If you haven't already and you want to support me, that top there, Tashika Baby, is a great way to support me through the V's and the C's, if you will. Oh, where are you getting it? Excuse me, where are you getting it from?
CBO.
What is the title? CBU?
The CBO.
CBO. What is that?
It is the
the Congressional Budget Office. Okay. What is it?
You could also find one from
What
the
is it? What is
immigrant-
it? What is the title of the first one that you gave me?
Hold on.
Oh, I forgot to wet my beauty blenders, but it should be fine.
All right, so
I thought we didn't care about money also, Chad, but go ahead.
hold on, let me find this one from Duke University. I know that one's the best.
I do have Venmo and the C app, and it's at that Tashika Baby. It's both the exact same. If you do go through the $ app or whatever, the green app, my name should have that little green bag next to it. That's how you know it's like a it's like a verification. I have to say it like that, Victoria. Don't make fun of me.
It's the fiscal burden of illegal immigration on the United States taxpayers. Estimates that illegal immigrants cost U.S. taxpayers a net $150.7 billion annually. It accounts for $182 billion in annual costs to provide services and benefits such as education.
I want to remind you guys, chat, this person doesn't care about money. Now all of a sudden they do. Go ahead.
I'm only telling you because it was your point. But
no, you brought it up, but go ahead. I just asked you for the source.
No, you literally brought it up.
No, I brought up their crime rate.
I love the reality you live in, though.
I brought up the crime rate and the fact that they do funnel money into the economy. I didn't say how much. You said that they take out more than they bring in.
I said we spend more than they provide. I wasn't using it as my argument, though. I was just refuting your point.
Right. So.
Right.
No, that wasn't a refusal of my point.
It wasn't a refusal. I was. All right, you can listen a little harder next time. I was refuting.
I think you can comprehend a little better next time.
I was refuting your point.
It wasn't the point that I made, but you can go ahead though.
I don't have anything else to say. I was just telling you we spend more than they give us in net dollars.
So immigrants overall contribute $321 billion to GDP.
Yeah, you're saying immigrants. I'm talking about illegal immigrants, which is what the title of the study was.
No. This is immigrants overall, right? So illegal immigrants contribute about, let me see, where's it at here? Undocumented migrant houses contribute about 46.8 billion of that.
And what's your source?
This would be, let me go ahead and grab it for you. This is the American Immigration Council, as well as, it's the American Immigration Council.
Okay, pull it up and show me where it says illegal immigrants contribute that much money.
Let me go ahead and grab this for you real quick. What do you want me to do? Like put it on, like, I don't look it up. I don't know. What do you want me to do?
Why don't you use your screen?
I don't think I'm able to do that right now. What do you want me?
It's facing your face right now. You could flip it and face it toward your computer.
No, you can Google it. But I can go ahead and read it to you. Let me see. This would also result in significant reduction in tax revenues for the U.S. government. In 2022 alone, undocumented migrants household paid $46.8 billion in federal taxes, and $29.3 billion in state and local taxes. Undocumented immigrants also contributed to $22.6 billion in Social Security and 5.7 billion to Medicare.
Yep, you're wrong. Sorry about that. Every other source.
I'm
says
not.
the opposite.
The American Immigration Council is
The
wrong.
costs exceed contributions. It's everywhere. You can look it up everywhere.
So
You can
the
look
so the
under the
immigration. Okay,
Federation
so
for American Immigration Reform. You can look under the House Committee on Homeland Security. You can look at
beyond the direct
the American
financial
Enterprise
loss,
Institute, the American Immigration Council.
you're not reading anything specific. Beyond the direct financial cost of mass deportation, we also estimated the impact of the U.S. economy due to the loss of workers across U.S. industries. We found that mass deportation would reduce U.S. gross domestic product by 4.2% to 6.8%. It would also result in significant reduction in tax revenues, of which I just read, in which
Estimates are always wrong.
undocumented immigrant households, the amount that they pay into Social Security, the amount that they pay into state and local taxes. Yeah, no. And again, this is only just undocumented immigrants, right? But documented immigrants contribute even more. So wouldn't it literally help us make more money as a country to just give them legal citizenship?
Like I said,
Unless
it's
you're
not about
allergic
it's
to
about
money.
values and the rule of law.
But
I
you
told
just
you a
brought up,
million
but
times
you
I
brought
don't
up,
care
but you
about
brought
the
up money
money.
though. But
I
also
only
again,
brought up money.
you're mad. But again, laws are not made by God, and laws can be changed. If we find that a law negatively impacts our society and the revenue that we make, then that law ought to be changed. So these laws are not made off of principle. This appeal to like legality that you're making here doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't help you at all. So I would need a stronger argument than it's the law, bro, like you're 5 years old.
Listen, I'm not
Laws change for a reason.
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm trying to.
Okay, so you
illustrate
don't have a
how you're
rebuttal to the fact that they
which
bring in
most
they
people
bring a
can
significant
see.
amount of money.
Most people know you're a lunatic.
Okay, so now he's just appealing to the
I'm
audience
here to convince
because
you.
okay, so now you're no longer here to convince me
Never
because you've
was.
openly been
Never
proven
was.
wrong.
You're a lunatic.
Okay, then we're just you're mad. Let's go on to the next person. You're not worth my time today. Now I'm a lunatic for proving them wrong. Yikes on bikes, chat. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. If you haven't already, go ahead and follow me, turn on that bell. Remember, we are just looking for, some discussions and debates today. As well. Oh, they weren't here. Give it a second, y'all. Also, if you want to support me, one of the best ways to support me, make sure you get 100% of the proceeds, is through my C or V at Tashika Baby at the top there. That's one of the best way to support me, guys. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Also, don't forget to subscribe. We're almost at 100 subscribers, y'all. I want to see if we can get like I hope we can get to like 130. That would be cool. If you guys could help me get to my my subscriber goal, I would really appreciate that as well. I don't think this person is here, so we're gonna go on to the next person, y'all. And then we're going to go on with my concealer and stuff like that. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 29.
Cool. So why do you support Trump?
Oh, I thought it's not that I support Trump. You said Kamala Harris would be better. I want to know why.
I just think her fiscal policy was better. I'm a obviously I would be a fan of progressive policies. I think particularly her housing, given the fact that we do have a significant housing issue in the United States as of late. I think the way in which she would give help in down payments, benefits for first-time home buyers, subsidies for people who build homes, things like that would greatly benefit our economy, as well as things like the expansion of the child tax credit. All of these things would hold would leave significant amounts of money in the average American person's pocket, especially for those with families. And we see the benefits of the stimulus package and how this can really revigorate an economy. And this would just be a naturally recurring stimulus package in and of itself that is self-sustaining.
Okay, okay. I've been listening to your live. It's pretty cool the debates you've been having for like the past 30 minutes, and I wanted to ask you when you said you compared the stealing a chocolate bar to illegal immigration. You believe that stealing a chocolate bar isn't bad?
I don't care.
So what do you mean
I
by that?
think I think the context of why a person has stolen a chocolate bar matters. I think if a person is like, say, if like a person is like diabetic and they need sugar,
Mhm.
if they stole a chocolate bar, I don't care. I
Yeah,
genuinely don't
I
care.
get that. Yeah, 'cause to
Exactly. So
save their
that's
life, right?
that exactly. So people immigrate to save their lives.
Yeah, but then how many is enough then for you to care, right? Because if
As
they
much
still
as
work so
as much
hard,
as it takes to help those people survive. So
yeah,
if 30 people were all about to pass out and pass away from like low blood sugar and they all needed a chocolate bar, I think they should go raid a Dollar General. Yeah.
okay. So 30 people should come into the country because they're risk of their life, right? But when is it
100%.
enough? When is it enough, right? 60,
I
90,
think it's
right?
enough. Well, there's no specific numerical value, but it would be more in reference to whether or not a country can take in these people, and we can, and we do.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when is it enough? Because a
I
lot of
just told
people,
you
if
when
you
it's
ask,
enough.
no, but you're not giving me a number, right? Because a lot of people
There
would come.
is no specific number. I don't know why you're asking for a number. That number does not exist.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you're saying that we can
Daniel, thank you
take
for the
people
$5.
in,
I
right?
appreciate you.
We can take people in. The United States can
Yes.
take people in, but how many
Yes.
can we take? Because if you ask
There is
illegal
no
immigrants,
specific numerical value. I
yeah,
just
but
told you
there is
this.
though. Yeah,
There is
there
not.
is.
There is not.
Why is there not?
Because everyone's like necessary like numerical value is different. Like the amount of money that they would take out of the economy or that the economy would need to bring them in. But also given the fact that like these people simultaneously, while they take money from the economy, funnel even
Mhm.
more money into the economy, especially when they are undocumented. So the ways in which, like, do you know like when a country is able and not able to take in immigration? Can you describe what that
So
would look like?
illegal immigration
Okay,
is
so I'm
like
going to go ahead
somebody.
and ask you the question again. Can
Yeah,
you
go for it.
describe
Go for it.
can you describe the circumstance in which a country is unable to take in immigrants?
It's not that we're unable to.
I'm
We're
not. I didn't
stealing
say
from
that
them.
we're unable to. So I'm going to go ahead and answer the question again.
But I don't
Can you
disagree with you.
describe?
We are able to take
I.
them in.
I'm not.
I
That's
never
not what
said
I
that we're
asked.
not.
That's not what I
What
asked
are
you
you
though.
asking me? What are you
But
asking me?
I'm explaining it to you. Brando, thank you so much for the subscription. We're in the subway. Thank you so much. Yeah. So can you describe to me the situation in which a country is unable to take in immigration?
When they don't have enough money.
It's not just about money. Money for what?
What is it about?
What does the money do?
What do you mean? What does the money do?
What does the money
They go
do?
to they go to hospitals and they don't pay their bills. They
Right,
have
like
babies and they don't pay their bills.
infrastructure, housing, blah, all of that, right? America
Yeah.
has that. The United States has all of that. We actually have so much of this infrastructure. We could literally give every homeless person a house, and still have some left over. You know what I mean?
Homeless
So,
people. But illegal
unironically,
immigrants, do you not know how many illegals are trying to get into the country? Do you think we
okay.
could
So
take care of them all?
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that we have the infrastructure and we do have the money.
For how many?
Bianca, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. W's in the chat. Thank you, gifters. I do appreciate the love, y'all.
Takesha, that's what you're not
That's
understanding.
not how you say my name.
It doesn't matter.
That's not how you say my name. It's Tashika.
Okay, baby. I'll call you baby then.
No.
You call everybody
Sam,
baby.
thank you so much for the sub. No.
Yeah, you
man,
do. Okay, baby.
A man will not be calling me baby.
Okay, then why do you get to call people baby?
Because I'm a bad bitch. Okay, so
Okay,
can you go
I
ahead
identify
and
as a woman then?
no. Anyway, so
What do
like
you
I
mean
said
no?
before,
What do you
no,
mean no?
you're not.
You don't respect my pronouns?
No. Now what?
Why not?
Because you're not one. Now what?
I am.
Now what?
I am.
Now
Respect my
what?
pronouns.
No. Now what?
Why not?
Anyway, so can you go ahead and say my name correctly?
Why would I say your name correctly?
Oh, then we're not going to continue the conversation.
Why did
Oh,
you
no, baby. We're not going to continue the conversation. Are you serious?
why does your name matter?
Whoa. Because it's my name. It's
Okay.
my given name. It's a cultural name. You're going to call me Tashika.
Okay, call me woman then.
No. Now what?
Why not?
Because you're not one. Now what?
And now what? I'm not gonna respect your name either.
Okay, then bye.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't know how to argue.
Bye.
By
Now what?
what? By
Goodbye.
what, baby?
Goodbye.
Goodbye what, baby?
That means leave.
I didn't ask you what it meant.
Oh, that means leave. Oh, oh, oh.
Oh,
It sounds like your pride is hurt.
oh.
It sounds like your pride is really hurt right now.
About what? How could you possibly hurt my pride?
I'm asking you to say my name correctly.
Your pride is hurt because I'm not
I
saying
am
your name
asking.
correctly.
It's not about pride. It's about basic human respect. I'm asking you to say my name correctly.
You didn't respect my pronouns.
Those are not your pronouns. I can
They
call you
are.
she. Woman? You said your name was woman.
No, I said I'm a woman.
So you want me to call you she, her?
Yes.
Okay, chat. So she wants to keep having this conversation.
Thank you. Thank
Perfect,
you,
baby
Tashika.
girl. Right, baby girl.
Thank you, baby.
The man really got up, misgendered himself for a point. All right, princess. Go ahead.
Thank you, baby.
Go
Okay,
ahead, baby.
So how
Don't call
many
me baby.
people
I
is
just
enough?
called you a woman. I don't know. I don't know. 100 men versus boundaries.
Baby.
100 men. It sounds like you're just like trying to make me uncomfortable. It's not gonna work. I'm just not gonna keep.
Why do you
talking
call
to you.
people baby then? If you don't like to be called baby.
Because it's an endearing thing, but I know you're not
no,
being
it's
endearing.
not an endearing thing. No, you're
Okay,
not.
so it just sounds like you're hurt. Let's go on to the next person. I don't know what to tell you, baby. Okay? I know you're just saying it because you don't like it.
How's it going?
Anyway, hi, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay, so do you disagree with the topic here?
In a sense, but I used to be, I guess, a leftist, but that was kind of like when I was coming into, I guess, my political understanding. So I'm Black, so it would be a little bit easier. But as I've grown older, I've just been, I guess, paying more attention. I was able to go to school, get a better job.
I'm
So I was
sorry, I'm gonna
able-
be so real with you. I don't want to hear about your life story.
Cool. So, anywho's, the reason I don't believe Kamala would have been better is because does
Kamala,
anybody
please.
remember? Say that again.
Her name is pronounced Kamala Harris.
So I don't believe that she would have been better because I want to say maybe 2011, she was known for locking Black people up for small things like small drugs.
Oh, false. You
No?
can't use that. You can't use that word on here. So just say like D-rug or
So
something
yeah,
like
no,
that.
it was very true. I've seen
Oh,
it personally. Yeah,
okay.
So very,
Oh.
hold on. If we're gonna have a debate, you should let people speak. So
No.
very,
I'm asking you a
very
question.
true.
I'm asking
Sure.
you a very important question.
Sure.
Can you bring up a case, please?
So I said something personally. I knew someone personally.
No. You said people. Okay? And I'm going to say this right now. I don't accept anecdotal claims. Right? If this is something that is a policy of hers, then this would have affected hundreds of people, right? She was a very powerful person, even before she was vice president. So I'm going to go ahead and ask you to give me a case.
Say that again.
I'm going to go ahead and ask you to give me a case.
No. So as I've been watching you, somebody will ask you something, then you immediately cut them off.
I'm going to go ahead and ask you to give me a case. Because I know what you're talking about. I'm going to go ahead and ask you to give me a case and not complain. And I did let you talk. But you said something false. You made a claim. And then the evidence that you gave me was that of a anecdote. And I don't accept that because they are unfalsifiable. And then I don't do that. I don't do unfalsifiable claims. So I would appreciate that you don't call me out, because I'm going to tell you this right now. It's not my concern. You can do that in the Reddit. But I'm asking you for a case.
So, like I said,
in which Kamala Harris, one second, before you continue, in which Kamala Harris, not her office, those are two different things. She doesn't have control over all of that. Kamala Harris, not her office, Kamala Harris sent a bunch of Black people to jail for minor offenses. Dustin, thank you so much for the $10 cash app. I appreciate you, baby. Thank you, baby. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So you mentioned her office, not her, for what specific reason?
Right. So the claim in which people make this is in regards to her office prosecuting under her, right? But that doesn't mean it was Kamala Harris. So I would need you to find me the cases in which Kamala Harris was the prosecutor and prosecuted these black people for these minor crimes. And
Okay.
again, I just want to remind everyone while you do that, we are genuinely about to witness people get mad at Kamala Harris for doing her job and enforcing the law. But go ahead.
Hold on now. So if that's the case, because the law, we already know the law doesn't have personality, it's just the law, right? So if we're using the word, having people mention Kamala Harris for
Thank you.
instead of her office or her, why would it matter? If Trump did one thing and his office did another, would he get crucified? If any president did one thing, hold on. If their office did something under them, correct? Would they not
If
also
they
get
have power, if
crucified
they
for
have
it?
power over it, yeah.
Okay, so
But she
what
does
you
not have
are
power over it. That's the difference,
that
right? Like the point of
so
like the president of the United States is the fact that he does have power over particular offices, and he does sign off on things. That's why people blame like Biden for TikTok getting banned, right? Because he is the end all be all, and he's the one who signs off on it.
so
But
the
she
office would
doesn't sign off on everything.
the off it's first, so it's not false at all. But like I said,
I'm asking you again. I don't want to have this like
not
this whole
pulling it up
like
right now. I'm simply it's hold on, you keep interrupting. It's not a back and forth. It's nothing personal. Like I said, I'm not
I
on
agree.
one side of
Where's
it.
my
I'm just saying I'm coming into the political parties of it all, right? So
But
I
yeah, I
see
don't
what
think
you
any of
said.
that is relevant. You've already made a
It's
claim, so I would
extremely
like for
relevant
us to
because right
stay.
there you're saying Kamala Harris would have been better, right? So calm
Okay,
down, it's
so
okay, right?
I'm
Chill.
not.
You're
Why
not.
are
But what
you?
I'm trying to say is,
Let's cut that out. Evan, thank you so much for the
you
subscription.
keep cutting
Ooh,
out.
whoa.
You keep cutting.
Let's cut that out.
Why?
I don't appreciate
Can't
that. I don't appreciate that when I'm being nice to people and I'm being calm, that you guys tell me to calm down. It's giving misogynoir. I'm gonna go ahead and ask you to chill that out.
You're using all these hot
I'm gonna go
terms.
ahead. They're not hot terms. It's what you're doing. I'm gonna go ahead
It's
and
not.
ask you to. I'm gonna go ahead and ask you to chill that out. I'm gonna have you to put that aside, Chief.
Chill.
Okay.
You just said don't do that
I'm
to
gonna go
you.
ahead and again. I asked you for a source and not an anecdotal one because anecdotes are unfalsifiable. So I'm gonna go ahead and ask you again, for what you have described here. Wow, I can't say that name, but ain't talking. Thank you so much for the sub, you guys. Thank you so much for hitting the sub wave,
Anyways,
y'all. W's in the
like I
chat.
said, so I'm just giving you a little bit. That was a reason that I was not on her team.
I'm not
originally,
asking that though. Like
Anyways,
respectfully, I'm
so
not asking that.
that's fine. So my question, I was just mentioning it, and then you cut me off and said that you don't.
I
So
am going to
I'm
cut you
asking.
off
Hold
because
on,
it
hold
wastes
on.
time.
That's
So
fine. So I was only
I
mentioning.
don't want to hear anything else out of you. I'm trying to be respectful to you. I am setting the boundary that I do not want to hear anything else out of you until you get me the source, because then we're just going to muddy the waters. You are trying to move away from the initial premise, and that's not relevant here. I am asking you for the source that she prosecuted predominantly black and brown people for minor offenses. Can you please provide that?
I wasn't pulling up the source, right?
Then I don't want to hear it.
Why do
Unless
you
you
keep muting
concede,
me?
because that's not what I want to hear. I am telling you
All right. Okay.
to
So
go
cut me off
find
the
it.
live then. Have a good.
Okay, let's go on to the next person. Like, what are we doing? Becky, thank you so much for the $10 Venmo. W's in the chat for Becky. W gift is in the chat. Let's go on to the next person. You know, like it's just not me. It's just not me. Let's go on to the next person. Y'all give it a second. Thank you all so much for being here. I do appreciate you. I swear to God, I had it last night. I cannot find my other concealer. I'm gonna start screaming. I'm gonna scream. Where's my Tarte concealer? Oh, it's right here in my face. A mess, chat, a mess when I tell you. We just went in with the Hourglass concealer. I am in the shade Teak, and for my foundation, I'm in the shade Marquee. And then for the Tarte, just for a little bit of brightening effect on the interface here, I'm going in with Light Sand. Hi, how old are you?
33.
Excuse me. Cool. So, do you disagree with the prompt here?
I do. I do. I agree. I disagree with that. I disagree with majority of everything that you have been saying this whole time.
Oh,
This whole time.
really? Big boy.
Absolutely.
And why is
Absolutely. And
that?
for one, for myself, all right, and I wish there were more people like this, but sometimes you have to take a step out of your own shoes and look at things from the outside.
I would appreciate you not preach to me and talk like a normal person.
Come on, don't start there with me. Don't do
What are
that.
you gonna do, be mouse?
Don't-
Anyway,
Nah,
so
nah.
I would appreciate you pose an argument and not just like start preaching. I don't want to hear. I don't like that, Unc.
But you ask, your question doesn't necessarily say do this or do that.
Okay, but I'm
It's a
telling
question.
you do this and do that.
But it's a
So,
question, is it not?
but
Is it
I'm
not a
telling
question?
you to. Oh, but I'm telling you to do this or do that, right? So I'm going to go ahead and ask you again. I don't want to hear you preach about these things. I would
I'm
I would
simply
like for you to
giving
pose an argument. I don't want to hear about context. I don't care about it. If it's not relevant, then I don't want to hear it. You're not going to teach me a lesson. That's never going to happen. You know.
I'm not trying to teach you a
So
lesson. You're a grown
okay,
woman, aren't you?
so then
Aren't you a
right,
grown woman?
exactly. Thank you,
Who
baby.
all up here on here trying to teach you a lesson on social media?
Exactly. So that
Doesn't
means
make
pose
any
an
sense.
argument. Please pose an argument. Allison, thank you so much for the $5 Venmo. I appreciate you, baby. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That means pose an
What
argument, please.
what about Kamala Harris would have been better?
Kamala Harris.
Yeah, whatever.
It's not
What
whatever.
about
We're not. Oh, we're not going to continue the conversation until you say her name right.
you're a joke, yo. You're a joke.
I'm real funny. I'm a comedian.
Yeah, you are. You are. So
Yeah, I
what
am.
about it would have been better? What
Oh,
would have been
oh,
better?
1 second. We're not going to continue the conversation until you say her name right.
Yeah, you're a joke.
Right.
You're a joke. You could
Right.
treat, people the way
Whoa,
you
whoa,
you
whoa, 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 whoa. I'm
you
not
you're
being
a
mean.
baddie.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm not being mean to you right now. I am telling you, right? I'm setting that boundary. We are not going to continue the conversation unless you say her name correctly. I think it is very important that we do not erase her name, as she is very influential and she is very inspiring as a Black woman, as an Asian woman, as an Indian woman. Yeah, you are going to say her name correctly. And I think you, as a Black man, should understand how important that is. So, again, we are not going to continue the conversation until you say her name correctly. Do you understand? You can unmute when you gain that ability. But other than that, I'm not going to
Okay,
continue
I
that
was just waiting
conversation.
you to unmute me. That's all. I didn't want to hit unmute. Trying to be respectful.
Right, then be respectful and say her name correctly, please.
Is that disrespectful for you?
It is very
What are you talking
no, it's
about?
disrespectful to her as well
Miss
as
Harris. How about I call her
literally
Miss
every
Harris?
other Black woman with an ethnic name. So
Miss
you are
Harris.
going to
That's
you are going to
Miss
say her
Harris.
name correctly.
Miss Harris. I call her that.
No, it's
That's
not
fine.
Miss Harris. No, you sound like a white person right
Yeah.
now. It's not Miss Harris. It's Kamala
It
Harris.
is.
You can say Kamala.
Yeah, Miss Harris. So
You can oh no. Anyway, chat, right now we're going in with the light sand. And also, what I like to do, if you really want to make you see how my shit not creasing? Period. So in between every single layer, I use the new one size, the Dewy foundation. They finally came up with the Dewy foundation. I got it right the day it dropped. Okay. And I also have their their original. So yeah, I got everything. We love Patrick Star over here. You have one more chance before I move on.
Hey, go ahead and move on. 'Cause you ain't
Okay,
too
bye.
disrespectful.
Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I was born by the river.
Hi, Takisha.
The river. Ew. The. Oh, yes, Lord. Hi, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
Okay, so do you disagree with the prompt here?
I don't actually, but the reason why I wanted to come on here today is just for you to give me some reasons why people don't disagree, because everybody so far has not really said anything or given any reasons.
I'm just as clueless as you are, baby.
Okay. Because I'm very young. But I'm not impressionable. Like, I know my opinions. I stand firm on my opinions. So, I don't know. If you can't give me that, then, I mean, this is it's so frustrating because, especially as a young person living in today's society, it is so hard for me to express my opinions and just agree with Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris is this is my very first election. So a lot of people were telling me like, "Oh, you're this like she's not who she says she is."
Well,
But
I think
why
I
would I
think
be
I
able
think
to
you'll
believe
start.
that?
I think you'll start getting answers if you just like watch the live. But I do have to move off. I do have to move
Okay,
on.
that's fine. That's fine.
I appreciate you, my
Thank you.
love.
Thank you so much for this
Of course, of
opportunity.
course, love. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. In the meantime, guys, don't forget to follow me, turn on that bell. I've gained 433 followers so far, so W's in the chat. I wonder, we might be able to get back to 100K by, oh, you're still here, sorry. So sorry, I forgot to kick you. But yeah, we might be able to get back to 100K by like the end of this month if we keep going like this. But let's go on to the next person, y'all. I wonder if I can get 1,000 followers in one day.
Tashika, oh my god,
Hi,
I love
how
you
old are
so
you?
much. I'm so sorry. I'm
Please
so
stop
sorry.
doing that. It makes me uncomfortable. Stop it. I'm a normal person. I'm normal. I'm a normal person, guys. Guys, I love you. If you see me in public, say hi, okay? But don't grovel at my feet. Please. Only men do that. Please. I love you, though. Mwah. Anyway, hi, how old are you?
I want you to lick my butt, baby.
Whoa. Anyway, that was crazy. Let's go on to the next person, you guys. Groveling is only for men. Don't do that. Hi, how old are you?
Hello. Hi, I'm 19.
Okay, what year were you born?
2000 and...
Honey, that's crazy. So let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second.
Hello?
Hi, how old are you?
24.
Cool. So, do you disagree with the prompt here?
Yes.
And why is that?
I believe that Kamala, and I'm going to say her name right out of respect for you, my love.
It's not out of respect for me. It's out of respect for everyone with a name like
Well,
this.
that's true. You're right. I'm with
I
you.
am.
You're right. But when you're wrong, and what I'm going to tell you what I disagree with is that Kamala wouldn't have been a great candidate because of her shifts on policies.
Her shifts on policies. Ooh.
I'm a big
cryptic.
person about Medicare, and she used to preach about Medicare for all in the 2020 primaries, and then she later said nothing about that. At least I don't recall. Can you remind me when she preached about
Medicare?
that?
What did you need? What did you need help with? What changes to
Medicare for
Medicare
all.
were you looking for?
Well, I got teeth problems.
Well, not like that. I mean, like, what changes to Medicare did you want her to talk about?
Well, she preached about Medicare for all. And she was talking about that everybody needs a right to be taken care of and be seen by a doctor. Now,
Right.
she didn't, I think that could have been a strong point for her campaign. She didn't really talk about that in her campaign. And she didn't, well, there's a lot of things I don't feel like she talked about.
Did she
but
not talk about it
she
in
did.
every single speech that she gave?
I can't really quantify
I've
that.
well, she's given the same speech everywhere. That's what candidates
That's a
do.
problem too. But
No, every candidate does that.
hers are really scripted though. You have to admit,
All candidates' speeches are scripted,
except for
right?
Trump.
If you go back to like even past presidents, they've all done the same thing. You go to different rallies and you give the same speech.
Well, that's not really adaptive with who society is now. We don't really like scripted stuff, you know?
Yeah, but people did like it because as someone
They
who's worked
did?
on her campaign, they were always insanely full. So people did like it. It wasn't just about her repeating these things because things that they would repeat would be bullet points regarding their policies, what their views are, and things like that. But both Trump and Kamala are scripted.
No, I don't know about that. Trump is definitely not scripted. I
I'm
don't
sure
know.
I'm sure it feels like that to you. But as someone who's worked on these types of campaigns, yes, they are.
He has quotes that he's comfortable reciting, yes. But he's not scripted like Kamala, where she's rehearsed that shit in her mirror like 10 times.
Is that wrong for a candidate to do, to be very intentional with the words that come out of their mouth?
No, it's not wrong. It's
Okay,
just,
so
it's
this
not
just
persuasive.
sounds it's pretty persuasive, but I don't think this is relevant.
Okay, my point was Medicare for all. And my point was, I don't recall, and maybe you can help refresh my memory. I don't recall her really
Look it up.
talking about that. So you're not going to help? What are you here for?
I think you should just look it up. I'm not ChatGPT.
Well, what are you here for?
I'm here to have debates on whether or not people think that it's like that she would be worse or that she would be worse, right? Or
Well, I
that she
brought
wouldn't be
one up.
better, right? But this just sounds like you just want me to do a bunch of labor for you, and I'm not like an information thing.
No,
Just like look it up.
so okay, so when someone brings up a point,
Because this isn't
then
like
talk
this isn't
about
an
it.
argument. This is just you saying
It is.
I don't know this thing, so you should tell me. No,
No,
not
I
doing that.
didn't say I didn't know it. I know for a fact that she did not talk about it. That was not a major point in her campaign. I've watched a few of her speeches. I watched the three debate or the two debates, whatever. How I think it was three or two. I can't remember. And I didn't hear enough about Medicare at all. I don't even. You can go on Google right now and just look up, what people were talking about as far as Medicare. I mean, now
Okay,
it's
then
fun.
why didn't you do it?
I did.
So
I
what
did
am I?
look it up.
Then what do you want me to do?
I'm telling you why Kamala wouldn't have been better.
Kamala. She
Excuse me,
wouldn't.
Kamala.
She wouldn't have been better because she didn't talk about Medicaid.
That for me, that was a big point. She lost my vote there.
So not even
And
because of actual policy plans, but because she didn't talk about it enough for you. But not even because she actually did something,
well,
but because
they
she
have to
didn't.
talk about it. They have
But
to
she
talk
did
about
talk
it
about
to
it though.
this. Not to my point. What I'm saying is she didn't talk about it to the extent that I was persuaded enough. And I feel
Okay,
like
so then what am I
to
going to do
really
about that? That doesn't mean
bash.
that she. But that's
Well,
not
that's
an
why we have
argument. That's not an argument regarding whether or not she'd be better or worse. That's just like she didn't win your vote, and I don't care about that. Like you being in like an information desert, she cannot control that. Oops. So I don't know. I don't know why you. I don't know why you said that to me.
We can only go off of what a candidate tells us that they're going to do.
And she did tell you what they're going to
No,
do, but
she
it
didn't.
clearly.
That's my point.
Okay, so it just sounds. You just said that it just wasn't enough for you. But like it just sounds like you
there's your
purposely did.
podcast for today. Yeah.
It just sounds like you purposely. Well, they know about more than this. I've never used Medicaid before, so this was not something that
Oh.
would move in my head.
So you've never. So you don't even. Oh, wait a minute. So you don't know about Medicaid? Do you know about?
I am not.
No.
I am not well versed in Medicaid. It's never been something that I've needed.
Well, for future debates, I would encourage you to educate a little bit on it, so you can shut people like me down instead of just saying, "Oh, well, I
No,
can't."
it's not about whether or not I'm able to debate it. I just think it just works better with people who have more experience on it. I think the conversation just works better that way. But hi, Ambles.
Hi. Yeah, so for reference, I am on Medicaid. I am diagnosed with HIV-1. I was also a public speaker, specifically on Medicare for All, how it affects people with HIV on the Bernie Sanders campaign in Idaho in 2019 and 2020. And Harris definitely had a plan for Medicare for All. There's projections on how it would have been fully enacted between 2026 and 2035. She did not talk about it on her campaign this cycle. I think there's lots of reasons for that, given that her campaign had a huge crunch time. But also, she talked about how she was going to expand Medicare and provide things like in-home service for people who are on Medicare or on disability, and cover that in an even more affordable way and expand access to people. And I think the reason she didn't talk about Medicare for All is because, one, I mean, that could have been like, an error in the campaign, but also there were other pressing issues that, with the limited time that they had and the focus groups that they were able to do, they found that democracy was a primary issue that was affecting Americans. So just because the specific issue that was impacting you wasn't referenced, she definitely did have a plan for Medicare for All, which she's never said like she's going to toss that plan out into the garbage. It exists. You can look it up. You can find it. And she definitely did want to expand access for people and services, unlike Trump, who doesn't even have a healthcare plan. And I think the key thing in this conversation is better. And I don't think you can actually say that Trump is better.
Well, it's more than just the Medicare. I'll move on to a different point since this seems to be rocky for you guys.
It's not rocky for me.
It's not.
It is
It's not
rocky.
rocky.
You just said.
You just
maybe she
outright
forgot about
refused to like respond to
He
what they
just-
were saying.
He just said maybe she forgot about it to speak about it on the campaign. What the hell?
Hey.
She has a
No,
team.
I
She
said
made $1
multiple-
billion in donations and she forgot to mention Medicare.
I said multiple
They
things.
literally
I didn't
explained
just say
why
that.
this is the case, and not necessarily that she forgot, but that she was crunched for time because she only had like what 6 months to campaign.
I'm sorry, if I had $1 billion in funding, you bet your ass I'd be mentioning it every single part of my speech.
Okay, so
Especially how
okay,
important
so
it
it
is.
seems like you just want to like victimize yourself.
No,
It's
I need
okay
it.
that she didn't
I
earn your
need
vote.
it.
Oh, stop talking. It's okay that she didn't earn your vote, but this also doesn't answer my question because just because she didn't talk about this enough for you doesn't mean that she would have been worse.
Why don't I matter? Why are you like making me seem like
Okay,
Because you are
can I
not the
bring
only person in the country.
So you want to talk to 80 million people today? Like, what's your point in saying
No,
that?
but your
Okay.
point,
We're
your
bringing people
okay.
up.
Go ahead, Hambles. Actually,
Yeah, so just to give like a little paradigm shift, not a single politician who has ever run for president has ever talked about decriminalizing people who have HIV. And if I made every vote decision on who is better based on that alone, I wouldn't vote. And what Trump has done right now is he has destroyed our healthcare system. He has taken people off of all of our research for cancer and for HIV. He has cut so many programs that there are now people who have unalived from HIV in the hundreds of thousands. And I don't understand why this is a hill you're going to unalive on when you clearly know that her healthcare plan would have been much better than Trump's. In
You
every
just
regard.
said it wouldn't though. You're contradicting yourself. Earlier you just said she didn't mention it at all. Or
that
pretty
doesn't
much-
mean that there was
No,
not a
she didn't
plan.
mention she didn't mention Medicare
So
for
how was I supposed to
all.
know?
She listen.
Look it up.
Try listening. She didn't mention Medicare for all, but she talked frequently about how she was going to expand access in Medicare for in-home services.
She talked briefly, is what you said? She talked briefly about it?
No, she talked a lot about that.
Yeah.
She didn't talk about Medicare for all because that wasn't in how she addressed the public during this very short cycle. But she did talk about a myriad of ways in which she was going to expand healthcare access and healthcare services specifically for people on Medicare. So
So
Is that
you
too
what?
dark,
Are you
Trent?
finished?
does that make sense?
No,
Are
it
you
makes
actually hearing what I'm saying?
It makes sense, but I feel like you're just trying to shoot down my point basically, and she
That's
just gave me
the whole point.
no, that's not the whole point. She just shut me down and said I don't matter. I have to,
I didn't say that she didn't matter, baby.
You just said that. I said my
I said
opinion
that
doesn't
you were
matter.
not the
You said
only
there's 80
person, but
million
it
people.
also seems like you did not do any of your own due diligence to find out what her plans were in regards to these things.
There
I
were
actually
none.
feel like you were actually up
Whoa,
here
no.
engaging in this in insanely bad faith.
There
So
were
she
no
had an
plans.
80
That's my
she
point.
had
I
an
have nothing to
80
give you.
whoa. She had an 80-page policy outline of all of the policies she wanted to implement while
A
she
little
was
more.
president.
Okay.
And a big chunk of that was about how she was going to expand Medicare. So don't say she didn't have any policies. That's on you.
Right. This is sounds like you being in an information desert, and then you're just blaming the fact that you don't do your own due diligence on Kamala Harris. But this is not something that is her fault. This is your fault. She is crunched for time. She can only talk about certain things, and people cared about a particular thing at that time that she needed to speak about. Okay, so it's fine if you feel left out. A lot of people did, but that is the consequences of this, and you not voting for it. That's your choice. But it is your fault for not knowing the information.
I know. Everything's my fault. The other
It
thing I
is your fault.
disagree with you with, the
Anyway.
other thing I disagree with you is immigration. So, because
Okay.
she didn't do a good job on immigration, so that's another reason I didn't vote for her.
How did she not do a good job? Thank you so much for coming up, Hambles. I appreciate you, my love.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Again, W Hambles again. Anyway, what about her immigration?
She was put in control of it in 2021 or something like that. Around that
Oh,
time,
okay.
they got worse. The border issues got worse at that time to the point where
She was put in
Trump
charge
had
of
to
the
go-
border?
I believe so. I could be wrong. I'm willing to admit that I'm wrong. but I believe so.
You are wrong.
Let's
She was not
fact
put in,
check that. Let's fact check that.
right. She was not put in charge of the border. She was put in charge of finding out why people were leaving their countries in droves during the pandemic. And she did
that's the
find
same
out.
thing.
That didn't have anything to do with the border. She was
Why someone's
working
leaving the
she was
country
working over the
or
border, like
gonna
on the other
go.
side of the border. She had nothing to do with border crossings or whether or not people get into the country. Her job was to find out why people were leaving these like these middle American countries so much. And she did find out why. It's because they were destabilized by the current pandemic. She was able to sustain about $7 billion in funding. So yeah, no, it had nothing to do with actual border crossing. That she didn't have control over that. No, that's false.
So would you not say her conscience is wrong for not protesting that? Like, if she was sent to these countries to figure out why they're not
protesting
coming here,
what?
like when Biden sent her to do that, you don't think that she should have protested him and said,
feel like
"I need to work on the border first," and not
protesting
to go to
what?
other countries?
Protesting what? The border?
Protesting her. Yeah, you said she was sent over to other countries that were not American, had nothing to do with America, and figure out why they weren't coming.
They did
here.
have
Is that what
something to
you're
do with
saying?
America because their people were leaving in droves because of the pandemic, because these countries were destabilized by the pandemic.
Right, and so do you think that she should have protested that and said, "No, I don't need to be going to
There
other
was
countries. We need to start at our border
no,
first."
because if she actually cared about helping American citizens and helping the citizens of these other countries, she would have done what she did. And she did it by sustaining funding and money for these Central American countries, sending them things like COVID tests, masks, and all of the supplies that what they would have needed. And yeah, it worked.
It worked for what? Not for the American people. It worked for who?
It did work for the American people. These people were coming to our borders and dying.
It got worse. It got worse during her presidency, during Biden's presidency.
Oh, you mean during the pandemic?
Shouldn't she be holding Biden accountable for that?
You're gonna hold Biden accountable for a pandemic?
If I sent you to do a mission that was useless, wouldn't you hold me accountable as your
It
boss?
wasn't useless though, because she did help these countries.
So why did the border problem get worse?
Because there was a pandemic going on.
And in 2022, 2021, 2022?
You mean the height of the pandemic?
I mean, I wasn't wearing a mask in 2022. Were you?
I was.
I don't believe.
I actually still have the habit of washing my hands when I come in the house now. You know what I mean? That's
Well,
weird. Just because you weren't following.
You should have been doing that pre-COVID, but that's nice that you're doing it after.
Yeah, but it wasn't like a
But
social
you
norm at
should-
that time. But you don't care about that, so I think you're just trying to like rage bait because your teeth don't work or something. I don't.
Oh, so when I bring up actual points, it's rage bait. I understand your platform, and trust me, it's not going to last long because
You're not worth my time. Just straight up, just trying to rage bait people. Like what? Bro's mad his teeth doesn't work. I don't know what to tell you. Hi, how old are you?
Wait, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, how old are you? I mean, you're really muffled though.
Wait, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I asked the chat what foundation were you using because
It's
and I heard it.
it's the
and I
NARS.
forgot.
It's the NARS Foundation, the NARS Liquid Foundation.
All right, thank you, girly.
Of course, love. Let's go on to the next person. Y'all give it a second. Thank you all so much for following me. I do appreciate you all so much. If you haven't already, go ahead and follow me to that bell. Excuse me, it tells you every single time I go live. I go live every day, 12 p.m. y'all. Hi, how old are you?
Hello. I am 20.
Cool beans. So, yeah. So, do you disagree with the prompt here?
Absolutely not.
Woo! Hold on. My contact. Sorry. I lost my contact in my eye for a second. Okay. Well, I am just looking for people who disagree, but I do appreciate you, baby.
Okay.
Of course.
I do believe though.
Sorry. You can come back. I'm sorry. Zephyr, please stop. My bird. I'm sorry. I kicked you before you could talk. I'm so sorry. Hi, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 23. I was gonna agree with you, but you just said that you didn't want to have conversations like that, so I think I'll just dip.
Yeah, I appreciate you, my love. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I do appreciate every single person in here. Thank you so much. Ooh.
Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
28.
Cool. So, do you? Oh shit! I'm sorry. I actually think I misspoke. Do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
I absolutely do, but watching everything that went on with the whole voting and everything, I understand why everything kind of moved the way it did.
I
feel like the
understand, but
Democrats did drop the ball.
I do apologize, but I do have to move on because I am just looking for people who think that it would not have been better under Kamala Harris. So sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry. I think I got it mixed up in my own brain, which is crazy because I'm the one who came up with it. But I appreciate you guys so much. I really do. Hi, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 24.
Cool. So, do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
There's really no way to know.
There is. Like, you can just go like if you don't know how to answer the question, I don't know why you're here.
The answer would probably be no, not better. I feel like Putin would have sort of like gotten her to kind of agree with him.
You're only saying that because she's a woman.
No, that's not necessarily true. I think she's very
Okay, so
powerful
then
and-
at what point would she had ever agreed with Putin?
I just think we need a crazy guy to deal with crazy people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all.
How so? I mean,
Crazy people typically just get crazier when they're around other crazy people. You should know that. You grew up with your mother. So
do you think that? Sorry, go ahead.
So can you actually put, can you actually like make an adult argument, please?
Yeah, he's.
You're wasting
Like,
my time.
what-
Let's go on to the next person, yo.
Hello,
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
Short term, in terms of over the next 4 years, probably. I don't think situations like
Can you speak
Palestine
up?
would have changed, but
Can you speak up?
I'll try. I have a very soft voice. Okay. Over the course of the next 4 years, yes. However, my genuine hope is that Trump f's up the country in such a way that the establishment.
Yeah, that's stupid. Any accelerationists don't make any sense. They're like top 10 ableist people I've ever seen in my life. Y'all just like straight up don't care about like disabled people, poor people, marginalized groups, queer people. I'm not, that's like anyway, I'm not dealing with that. That's not worth my time. Hi, how old are you? Talking about, you want the establishment to, you mean you want poor and disabled people to be unalived. Insanity. Okay, so hi, how old are you? Hello? All right, I don't think this person's here, y'all. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I do appreciate you guys. If you haven't already, go ahead and follow me to that bell to do every single time I go live, y'all. Hi, how old are you?
21,
What year were you born?
2003.
Cool beans. Oh my god, chat. Also, there's if you use VR chat, one of my admins got me into using VR chat. There's like a furry convention in VR chat. I had a ball. That was so cute. Oh my god, it was a ball. I don't know if they're still giving tickets, but there's like 1 day left, and you should donate. Because right now I think their donations are at $100,000. So you guys should all go support that. Anyway, so yeah. Wait, why do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
No, I think Kamala Harris would have been better.
Okay, well, I'm just looking for people who believe the opposite, but I do appreciate you.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
go on to the
do
next
your
person,
thing,
y'all.
girl.
Let's go on to the next person, y'all.
What's good? What's good, girl? How you doing?
Anyway,
Hello?
how old are you? Old enough. Do you think Kamala Harris
You
would have been
don't
better? Why do you support Trump?
you don't say hi to Octavio?
Me no know you. Sorry, I don't know who you are.
For real. I'm like the person like you, same like you. And not the difference here.
Men versus try not to be creepy.
Who's creepy? I
Difficulty
don't know what you're talking
easy.
about. Stop. What you mean you creepy? You don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Creepy about that? Who's creepy?
Anyway, guys, let's go on to the next person. If you do want to support me, my C and V's at the top there are Tashika baby. I do appreciate you guys so much. Oh, PayPal just took the $30 y'all just sent me on my cash app. On God. On God, chat. PayPal just took the 30 goddamn dollars. Jordan, PayPal just took the $30 on my fucking cash app. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is for my Adobe, but oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, because I can cry. Hi, how old are you?
42.
Where were you born?
73.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
I don't.
Okay. I'm just looking for people who support Trump. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. 52? That's I don't fucking know math, chat. You think I know math? You think I know math? I don't know math. And I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I basically just go by how confident they are, okay?
Yo, you
Hi,
can
how old
live
are
in
you?
these would have realities. Trump is.
Anyway, let's go on to the next person, you guys. Only join the guest request if you support Trump. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you, though. Let's go on to the next person. That person not loading in.
Hey, Tashika.
How old are you?
25.
Okay, so do you think Harris would have been better?
No.
Okay, why is that?
Because she's an activist.
Let's go on to the next person. That guy doesn't know how to be normal. Let's go on to the next person. Oh, shit. I forgot to tell you, my setting powder is one size as well. I have... This is Rich Peach, and I also have Ultra Pink. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. This person doesn't want to be here. Give it a second. If you haven't already, go ahead and follow me. Turn on that bell. Remember, guys, we are just looking for debates.
Hello?
Gifts are not expected, but they are. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
Absolutely not.
Okay, why is that?
Because Trump is so sexy. He's so hot. He's so fine. He's
Weird. Let's go on to the next person. That guy doesn't know how to be normal. Hi, how old are you? Oh, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Join the guest request, y'all. Feel free to join. Feel free to join, y'all. Kiami? Kimani, sorry. No, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second, y'all. Please be patient. In the meantime, if you haven't already, go ahead and follow me. Turn on that bell. It tells you every single time I go live. Also... Nothing. Hi, how old are you? Hello, how old are you? I guess not. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Please be patient. Please be patient, y'all. In the meantime, guys, don't forget to keep...
You look like you
doing
smell
this.
like fucking shit, nigga.
Definitely not. I apologize for that. I'm going to drop you for violating TikTok terms of service. Anyway. Tiffany, thank you so much for the $10 over Cash App. I appreciate you, baby. Hi, how old are you? Hello, how old are you, Gwen? You there? Yeah, my foundation is the Liquid NARS. It is the Liquid NARS foundation, and I am in the shade Marquee. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. We got like a bunch of people in the guest requests. If you want to have a conversation with me, join the guest request. Maybe I'll bring you up. Let's see what this person is talking about. Is this person gonna load in? It does not seem like it. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Please be patient while we get some more people in here. It seems like we have a lot of guest requests, but not a lot of people are present. In Hi, how old are you?
22.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
1000%. Anything better than Trump.
Okay, I appreciate you, but I'm just looking for people who believe that she would not have been better, but I do appreciate you, baby. Yeah, I'm using the one size powder in Rich Peach. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Frederica! Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the $10 Venmo, baby. W gifters, y'all. W gifters, thank you so much, baby. Hi, how old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
Cool. So, can you come closer to the mic a little bit?
Okay, you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright,
So
cool.
do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
No, actually, I just want to let you know that Jesus loves you, and I know you're gonna kick me off. I just wanted
Hell
to say that.
no. Hail Satan. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. We'll get some more debates in. Keep that to yourself. It's very rude. Hi, how old are you?
19.
Cool. So, do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
Not really.
And why is that?
Well, I just feel like.
Can you
there's
talk
so
normal?
many things-
Because you're not funny, and you're not funnier than me. I can get really funny. So can you talk normal, please? Can you be normal?
I am.
Okay. How old are you again?
19.
What year were you born? Unfortunate. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Please be patient while we get some more people up here.
Hi, I'm 23.
Cool. So, do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
I don't necessarily, and the reason I say that is she only had 6 months to campaign, and I feel like it would be hard to come up with a plan for at least 4 years within that 6 month time.
That doesn't make any
period.
sense because she did do that. She did come up with a plan within the 6 months.
Okay, fair enough.
What? So what now?
I can be done. Sorry.
Okay. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. We'll get some more people in. Oh, this is Pat McGrath.
Shut your bitch ass up, you nasty fucking.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move on because you violated TikTok's terms of service. And also thank you so much, Abir, for the travel with us. I appreciate you, baby. Let's go on to the next person. Please do not violate TikTok's terms of service while on my live. We do not, and I mean do not, tolerate any kind of harassment and bullying. Oh, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. In the meantime, if you do like the content here and the debates over here, and I put too much over here, I'm kind of depressed. Please follow me, turn on that bell, because it tells you every single time I go live. And again, W Abir and W Gifters in the chat. You know, gifts are expected and they are mandatory. Hi, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 19. I was born 2006.
Cool. So do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
I'm not even here to talk about that. Give me 1 second because the people who keep on joining this live.
My love,
when
I
it says-
cannot keep talking to you. If you do not disagree with the topic here, I'm going to have to move on. I'm sorry.
No, the
Sorry.
people who are sat saying Hail Jesus, joining your live.
What? Careful. I respect all religions, including Satanism. Hello! Let's go on to the next person, guys. Give it a second. We'll get some more people in here. If you do like the content, go ahead and follow me. Turn on that bell. Every single time I go live every day from 12 p.m. and on. Thank you. Hi, how old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Cool. So do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Well, I'm just looking for people. Zephyr. Sorry, guys. I have a bird. I have a tropical bird in my room. Let's go on to the next person, guys. Give it a second. Oh, service error. Batty's lagging. Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Do you think Kamala Harris would have been better or not?
Not because the other candidate is good. I don't know if that's what you're asking. Like, she would have been better than Trump. Yes.
Yes. Sophia, thank you so much for the second travel with us. I do appreciate you guys. We're almost at the thing. Well, okay. So what, you do think she would have been better, or you don't think she would have been better?
I do think Kamala Harris would have been a better president than the one we have now, yes.
Okay, my love. Thank you so much for the support, but I am just looking for people who believe the opposite.
I misunderstood, sorry.
No, it's okay, baby. It's okay. I feel like the way that I worded it leaves a lot up for interpretation, but I appreciate you, my love.
You too. Good luck.
Of course, you as well. Let's go on to the next person, guys. Give it a second. I was just trying to find ways like that, you know, say it in a more neutral way so that I don't get in trouble. The blush is Pat McGrath in the shade Forbidden Flower. Something like that. Fleur. I don't know what that word is. Let's go on to the next person, you guys. Wow. I'm up to 700 people who follow me during this live. Let's shoot for 1,000.
Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 19. 19.
Cool. Cool beans. So, Oh, I'm going to go ahead and drop you for violating TikTok's terms of service. We do not tolerate any kind of harassment or bullying or any hate speech on this platform. You will never have a safe space to be hateful here. So I'm going to go ahead and drop you for that. Hi, how old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person, guys. Give it. First of all, was that Doja Cat? Was that Doja? She had a lot of explaining to do. Let's go on to the next person. Please be patient, guys. If you do like the content so far, please go ahead and follow me and subscribe as well. We're at over 100 followers, 100 subscribers right now. So let's shoot for 120. That person not loading in. Let's go on to the next person. I got it on my shirt. Shoot. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Thank you all so much for the follows and all the love. It has been great. It has been great today. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 20.
God, I'm pretty. Anyway, so do you think Kamala Harris would have met her?
I don't think she would have been better.
And why is that?
Because both Orange Man and Miss Harris, both of them would not have been good. No president would have been good. It's just that whole system. If you take a look out,
I think that's a
outside
very
your window-
reductionist view, but go ahead.
I mean, if you take a look outside your window, I mean, not take a necessarily look outside your window. I'm sure outside your window is fine, but like, if you just like look at what's going on in this country is in shambles right now. This like, regardless of whether you want to like make it seem like it's a little bit better or not, this country is in shambles, and the higher ups, whatever they're doing, is they're not doing.
You think this would have been the same under Kamala Harris?
I think under both presidencies, it would have been crap. I mean, maybe this one was just a little bit slower than what it would have been with Kamala. But like,
That's not how you say her name. But why do you believe that?
Kamala, sorry, I apologize. I mean, honestly, just given the way everything is, what I'm seeing, how I'm seeing people react to certain situations, what I'm
That has
seeing,
nothing to do with her presidency. So, why do you think it would have been just as bad?
Oh, I'm sorry. What do you mean? Like just as bad as what's going on right now?
I'm asking you if you believe that Kamala Harris would have been worse, and I'm asking you why you believe that. And then you're talking about other things that do not involve Kamala. Thank you for the love, yeah. I appreciate you.
You're right. I apologize. But yeah, no. I think it would be worse for the sole fact that she's not prepared. I mean, like that person said earlier, she is not prepared for
You're
what's
only saying
going
that
on.
because she's a woman.
I'm not saying that because she's a woman.
You are.
Actually,
Okay, so then what is the evidence?
Hold on. I would actually love for our next president to be
I don't
female.
care
Like,
about your I don't care about your like moral self-actualization.
What do you mean? But you just said
Why where okay,
because
so then if it
always
wasn't because she was a if it wasn't because she was a woman, why is it the case that she would have not been able to handle this?
Because I mean, what we know about her, like the situation.
Oh, what do we know about her?
What was put on the internet about her?
Oh, tell me.
I cannot give you.
It's because you don't know. So Kamala Harris is one of the most,
Okay, yeah,
if
you know what?
not,
Yes,
if
please
not,
enlighten me.
if not the most qualified candidate we've ever had in the past couple decades. She is the only candidate to have worked in every sector of the government, and as well as she's able to handle violent cases because those are the cases that she would typically prosecute, right? As well as the fact that she has personally dealt with gangs, transnational gangs.
In the comments,
I
I'm
don't
black.
know why you're talking over me. Right? So yeah, like she's more than qualified to be able to deal with these things. You have no reason to believe that she's not able to, right? Her entire career has been her dealing with complicated things. You are only saying this because she's a woman.
I am not saying it because I do not care.
Okay,
about gender,
but you haven't
honestly.
you do. And to say that you
I
don't care
don't.
about gender, you sound like you don't see color. And that's not how that
I
works.
don't.
Every
I'm
well,
actually
that doesn't make it.
understanding
Oh, simpleton. Let's go on to the next person. Oh, every decision you make, in the way that you treat people, is subconsciously you factor in their gender and their identity and the way that they present. To say that you are some kind of superhuman, to not factor that in, I need you to take more time to be a little bit more introspective. So, because it is impossible. It is impossible to not factor that in. Hi, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 18.
Where were you born?
2007, January 14th.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been better? We'll have an accent. Get over it.
So to be honest, I believe that so I had presumed that Trump would have been better for the economy. Likewise, he's killing my stocks. However, I did have some questions under the Biden administration, and with
Look it up.
Harris being the vice president, I would be concerned as to how she would be acting upon being the president of the United States.
Okay, so the
So
question was
primarily just concerns in regards to um what's it called, border patrol, economies, public affairs, world relations, etc.
So how does it say
I
that you
do.
think she would have been worse?
I'm just concerned as in regards to relations with the United States, with different countries and the global seven and other world powers.
How does she play into this?
Well, I believe that under the Biden administration, it seemed to me that public relations were not at its best when
They
compared
have
to,
not
for
been
example.
they've not been at their best since pre-Biden.
Well, they
but
have
they
been
actually
very sour for years.
well, not actually. The reality is that foreign countries actually trusted the United States more when Biden was in office.
Could you possibly let me know in what way? Because I'm not aware.
There was
of
a
that.
poll and there was a survey of whether or not people preferred for this presidency in the United States, and widely in a lot of other countries, they said, yeah, they prefer Biden over Trump.
I mean, again, I'd have to look into that survey and see what the poll was oriented to.
Then
but
look into it. But I
that's
don't
a
see
fair.
what any of this means to me.
Yeah,
You're
but
not giving me an
another.
answer as to why you think Kamala Harris would be worse. You're just like,
Well,
you're
I'm
just
speaking in regards to public relations and border patrol in
yeah.
particular.
But you're
Now,
not talking about Kamala Harris specifically. You're just saying what the
but
state
but
of
but
affairs are.
again, is it not fair to judge how one would act as president based off of how they acted as vice president
Yeah, but you're
to the
explicitly not
presidential
talking.
candidate, which is
You're
Biden?
explicitly not talking about that, and that's my issue.
How so? I mean, we could focus on the topic.
You
For
have not
example,
said a specific thing that Kamala Harris has done that would that would connect you to these geopolitical tensions.
so again, I mean, how much is there to say? I haven't seen her enact as president. I've only seen Trump and Biden enact as
Okay, so
president. So I'm
I don't
basing.
think you've then maybe you don't know enough information and engage in this. Let's go on to the next person. Like, obviously you haven't seen her as president. It's a speculative argument
Shoot and
based
kill
off
niggers.
of.
Shoot and kill niggers. Shoot and
All
kill
right,
niggers.
let's go on to the next person, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you for violating TikTok's terms of service. Let's not do that, guys. We do not tolerate any hate speech over here. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 20. I don't really know much about this, but I'm so for Kamala, not Donald Trump.
Okay,
What
well,
he
I
is
have to
doing is
move on.
wrong in this nation.
I appreciate you, baby, but I have to move on. Let's go on to the next person, guys. Only join the guest requests if you think Kamala Harris would have been worse, y'all. Hi, how old are you?
25.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
No, not for the Latino people, because we would have still been the target. And you guys keep milking this due process. Thanks for the 2 extra weeks in the
You
courtroom
don't want to
and
milk
the
due
Dorito room.
process?
No, because I agree everyone deserves due process, but you guys are milking it when at the end of the day,
Who is
the
you
Latino
guys?
people are still gonna the Democrats. I'm not
I'm not
saying
a
you,
Democrat.
but there's 2 sides, right? So, well, the left. The left keeps milking this due process where at the end of the day, what you guys are telling us is we'll give you 2 weeks in the courtroom and then we'll deport you. Doesn't make sense. Miss Harris
Because
didn't
that
acknowledge Latinos.
is what you were allotted under the Constitution. A lot of Democrats actually do not opt to deport you. If anything, most other presidents have, like Obama and Biden, have only deported people who have a criminal record, and those who are reoffenders. So, like, if you want to advocate for like them to like not if you want like this isn't like even like a left or not sorry, like a Democrat versus Republican issue. Like I myself believe that it costs way too much money to deport people. But like milking due process, that is what you are allotted under the law.
Yeah,
People
but
are
I agree
advocating
with.
for you to have due process because it is constitutional. And that is how it should be. But that would have nothing to do with Kamala Harris in general.
Well, I'm just telling you that the end goal of this whole due process, yes, it's a constitution right, but the end goal is not to have this right for the U.S. citizen. Let's be honest, it's for
It
the
is.
people
It
who
is
are
actually the.
undocumented.
Well, actually, the reason people are making such a big deal about it is because if you guys don't get due process, then we don't either.
Yeah, but let's use common sense. No U.S. citizen has been deported. It's just fear tactics
U.S.
towards
citizens have
Latinos
been
and other
deported. That's
people,
well, that's
just
just
like the birthright citizenship.
well, that's just. I'm gonna say this right now. That's just demonstrably false. I don't know if you're trying to like rage bait right now, but that is just
I'm not
false.
rage baiting. I thought you were rage baiting because you said Obama and Biden didn't like Obama deported the most Latinos. So for you to just
I
water
didn't
it
say that
down
he
like Obama
didn't.
didn't do anything,
I
and I
didn't.
don't
I
punch
didn't.
low.
I didn't say
I don't
that.
say he put
I didn't
like
say
he
that.
put us in cages, and I don't make that my main
No, he
point.
did not.
I'm
That is
just saying
false.
Miss Harris wouldn't have helped the Latinos. She didn't acknowledge the Latinos.
You just said two false things. Um, Obama never put anyone in cages. That happened under Trump. As well as the fact that, like, again, I never said that Obama didn't deport people, nor did I water it down. He deported the most people, but he mainly deported criminals, and I'm pro that, and I don't care. You don't have a right
That's a
to be.
loophole
That's not a loophole.
because be
You don't have a
in
right
this
to
country
be.
illegally
I'm
is
gonna
already a
if
crime.
you unmute, I'm gonna drop you.
You can have a
Anyway, so like I
hardship
was saying before,
as long as I got
you
heard.
don't have a particular right to be in this country, right? But I think you should be in this country because if you want a better life, you should get it. You still should be here legally, and it still benefits you to be here legally. And if you don't come here legally, then yes, under the law, they do have a right to deport you. I don't think they should though because that costs too much money. But it just seems like you're just here to like I don't know get mad at a random leftist. I don't fucking know what to tell you. How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go on to the next person, you guys. The smoke detector always gets me. I don't know how people don't fix those. All right, this person's not loading in. Y'all give it a second. We'll get some more people in here. Oh, they load at the last second. Rejoin if you want to. Careful, SpongeBob. Anyway, guys, if you haven't already, go ahead and follow me, turn on that bell. Remember, we are just looking for debates. Also, if you are listening to me and you're teacupped and I bring you up, it is not going to bring you up, nor will it tell you. Can we see your bird? No. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Hi, how old are you? Let's go on to the next person, guys. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
Okay, so it's a really difficult one for me. One, especially because I'm not American, so I don't really know the ins and outs of the country, but I absolutely hate the orange guy. Hate him
Okay,
with a
well,
burning passion.
I'm not inviting people up to tell me how much they hate Trump.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so you don't think it'll be worse with Kamala Harris?
Thing is, I'm 50-50 on it because I think there still would be uproar if Kamala won because one,
I'm not asking whether or not
don't.
there would be uproar. I'm asking whether or
Yeah,
not you
true.
think the country would be better.
It's the abortion laws that I have the problem with.
What about them?
Okay, so I
don't know
believe
why you guys keep talking about the nationality of the people here. I'm not asking if they voted for Trump. I'm asking if they support the guy. This is
okay,
not everyone
so
else's life.
I do not support the guy, but I agree with a couple of his views. And the
I
reason
don't well, that's not the question though. If you don't think that it would if you don't think that it would be worse under Kamala Harris, then you don't disagree with what I'm saying.
Thing is, I don't know whether I agree or disagree.
Okay,
I'm
then
almost
you should
50-50
take
on it.
then you should take more time to figure that out. Let's go on to the next person. This is not like I don't want to be mean, but this is not like come up and bounce your ideas off Tashika. Like that's not what this is. That's not what this is. How old are you?
Hi. 19.
Okay, so talk up.
I am.
Can you come closer to the mic because you're really quiet?
Hello.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
I support Trump.
Okay, why is that?
Border DEI.
Those are two different things. Which one do you want to address first? Oh, that was weird. Let's go on to the next person, guys. Give it a second. That guy doesn't know how to be normal. Yikes. How old are you?
Yeah, just thank you for letting my Latino side be heard. You dropped me earlier.
Oh, I did. Let's go on to the next person, and that's okay. It's great, but there wasn't much of a conversation that the two of us could have.
Hey, I'm
How
about
old
to
are you?
leave. I just wanted to say, oh, sorry, I'm 18. I just wanted to say thank you for all that you're doing, Queen.
I appreciate you, my love. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm like half focusing.
Yeah, no, I don't know how to leave.
I appreciate you. I got you.
Bye.
Let's go on to the next person, guys. Give it a second.
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 19, 2006.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
Yep.
And why is that?
Well, I have multiple reasons. Also, I want to make clear that I don't support Trump, but I think he is best for America at the current moment. One, because he has his business experience. He was a businessman before becoming president, and some
There's no
people
way
see
you're
that as a
19.
strength. They argue that his experience in managing large companies makes him good.
What are you reading from ChatGPT? Whoa. Pause. I'm not asking you what other people are arguing. I'm asking you for your argument. Are you reading from ChatGPT right now? Were you?
I'm
were
not,
you?
but
But
I'm
okay,
not, but
so
I'm
okay, then that's fine. But like, I'm not asking you what other people think. I'm asking you what you think. I'm not asking you why other people vote for Trump.
Okay.
I know why people have voted for Trump. I'm asking you.
Okay, well, first of all, I like his strong border policies. I mean, there's a lot of women that are unsafe from illegal immigrants. Women are being raped. Women are being attacked.
You have to say
and stuff.
graped, unfortunately, but no.
Oh, sorry.
That's
And
demonstrably false.
and I hate to see women being attacked. And I think what he's doing for getting rid
Whoa,
of illegal
whoa,
immigrants,
whoa,
I think.
whoa. Let's pause for a second there. You voted for a rapist.
Pardon?
But you voted for. You support a rapist. But also, again, immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime or a crime in general than natural-born citizens, right? You cannot support Trump and then say that you care about the safety of women, or even children. But again, this whole thing that you're saying that these immigrants are coming over here and committing these violent crimes is demonstrably false. You are more likely to be raped by your own father than you are by an illegal immigrant. Or any immigrant.
I don't think that's true.
That is actually statistically true, right? Because sexual abuse is about proximity, and it's not actually about like whether or not a person is coming from a certain country or whatever, right? You are more likely to be raped by your father, your brother, your sister, your mother, your uncle, your cousin. You're more likely to be assaulted by those people than you are by any immigrant that you've ever walked past. Statistically, you're more likely to be unalived by all of these people as well, more than an immigrant. So this whole thing of like protecting women, you support Trump, and Trump is
Well, he's improved the national security and reduced illegal crossings, which
okay. So can we admit that at first that these illegal people are not the people who are behind the majority of these assaults?
I know, but I'm saying that it's also a big issue that needs to be explored.
So wait, it's not a big so rape in general is an issue. Assault in general is an issue. But it's definitely not stop talking. But it's definitely not specific to immigrants. It is more specific to native born men.
Yes, and I'm not saying immigrants. I'm saying illegal immigrants. And I
Eh,
never said I support.
both those are both immigrants. Both illegal and legal immigrants are less likely to assault you than your own father.
Well, have you heard this little girl that came across the border
I
and
don't
over
care.
60
I didn't ask.
You don't care this little girl got raped over 64 times by 64 different
I
people?
don't think you care about those people because the reason she keeps being
do.
assaulted is because of these border policies. Did you know that? Like, for example, let me tell you this right now. Like, for example, with like sex trafficking over the border, right? The reason that this happens is one, because the trafficking usually happens by US citizens, and two, they keep coming over here and then they're less likely to seek help. Because the second the police find out that they are an undocumented immigrant, they get sent back. And then what happens? They get trafficked again. So it is actually the border policies that you're praising here that causes for young girls and women to be assaulted more.
But that's a small percentage, and I know it's wrong, but you can't say that for everything.
Yes, I can, because that's the fact. That's the sound of someone who doesn't have a rebuttal to what I just said. I didn't want to mute you, but like, you saying that I can't say this, blah, blah, blah. No. It is a fact that the reason these assaults happen so often is because of the border policies. Do you understand? Like, if our border policies accepted these people more, the types of trafficking that happen over the border would be lessened significantly.
Okay. Well,
And also, I'm sorry, one more thing. That's also like completely disregarding the fact that Biden had a border policy that was shot down by Donald Trump. Oh, anyway, let's go on to the next person.
Hello?
Hi, how old are you?
21.
Cool. So do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse? Or better, or whatever?
I want to speak about specifically if she would have been better or worse in a specific policy, which would be Gaza, Palestine, and Israel. And I don't think she would have been, I think she would have been equally as bad as Trump is what I would be arguing.
In what way?
The fact that she herself has been sold out by Israel, empty promises, lack of communication with Palestinians.
Wait,
and
empty promises like what?
So there's a list, so I can go through one by one. The first one was her and Biden actually presented this humanitarian port, which they did create, but it wasn't for the humanitarian aid policy. It was more so to create a port for a operation to go in and create special ops operations into civilian places. They never provided any sort of humanitarian aid. It was all for Israel, and then they actually destroyed it immediately after the operations succeeded. And then the other thing was the continuous attacks on Lebanon. When they asked Israel to stop, they didn't stop, and then they actually threatened to put upon sanctions and reduce the amount of funding for arms onto Israel if they didn't stop bombing Lebanon. They continued their invasion. There was no repercussions for that. And then one other thing that was very important was the Rafah thing. So what happened was the population of Gaza was reduced to Rafah, and they said this is our final straw, our red line, which was a main talking point for Biden and Kamala during the races. Actually, they were actually going to, in quotations, like not in quotations, but like supposedly stand their ground. So we obviously seen that Israel didn't they didn't care, and they made a ground invasion and a continuous air campaign over Rafah. They completely destroyed like huge refugee camps. Huge casualties. There was zero sanctions. There was zero like arms embargoes or anything like that. They continuously said that they will change. They're gonna do this. It was just empty promise after empty promise after empty promise. Not saying it would have been anything better with Trump. Obviously, what he said about
No, I actually fully agree with you.
Yeah, like
I actually fully agree with you. I think her stance on Palestine was probably one of her fucking weakest out of all of them. And I think that it is quite disgusting. I think that it is the case that Israel does have their pockets and hands up everyone's butthole. Um, but yeah, no, I fully agree with you.
That's
I,
actually I like the sound of that. That's actually like the most genuine thing I've heard all day from people. But yeah, no, I mean I wouldn't say Trump is anything better anywhere else. Like obviously,
Mhm.
like he's a very narcissistic like person. I don't like me personally. I'm an econ major.
Yeah.
Like I just graduated, so I wouldn't
Congratulations.
say. Yeah, thank you. I wouldn't say like either Kamala or Trump is bad because obviously you just have to look at it from both sides of the spectrum.
Well,
One of
it's
them,
Kamala,
you know,
but
like
no, in terms of the, no, yeah, I wouldn't be able to disagree with you there. I fucking hate
yeah,
her Israeli policies.
yeah, and like
Genuine.
one last thing, like just besides that, like obviously like both sides of the party are wholeheartedly like Zionist about whatever it is. But one thing was the expectation to go for.
I'm sorry, you're
Kamala's
lagging up.
Kamala,
You're lagging
right?
a little bit.
Or Kamala, right?
Yeah, you're lagging a little bit though.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was the expectation.
No.
It's the expectation to continuously vote for her,
Mhm.
the promises, and then when people were going against people who were voting for Jill Stein or even switching to Trump, after the enragement of the actual like the barbaric acts that were like being like condoned by them, like the
Yeah.
people were more outraged towards that than the fact that she continuously
And I think that was fucking
or
ridiculous.
do anything about it.
I think that was fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
I do want to
if
say
you
this.
would go
Like,
with you guys
if
wholeheartedly.
if Palestinians in the United States did not vote for Kamala, or all of you still voted for Kamala, she still would have lost. She did not lose because of the Israel-Palestine conflict. That's just not how that works. There is simply not enough of you. Even if all of the people who voted third party did like voted for Kamala, she still would have lost. She had bad policies on this. People simply did not trust her because of it. As well as like, yeah, I just don't see why anyone would blame pro-Palestinian people. Like if that was happening to me, I probably wouldn't engage in politics either in the way that I am now. I probably wouldn't have voted for either party either. I think a lot of people don't really factor in what that's like. I think one of the main things is just like, at least not like in the actual movement, but more in the context of the online pro-Palestinian movement and the way that that went to shit regarding the rampant anti-blackness and the fact that people were shaming people for still voting for Kamala Harris. I think both sides of that were a bit asinine, in my opinion.
Yeah. Honestly, wholeheartedly agree. I'm Palestinian myself.
Mhm.
I don't have any family members in Gaza, but like my grandparents were obviously like they were kicked out of their like homes there or whatever it is.
Right.
But I'm not like I'm not really heavily involved in this TikTok community thing, but I have heard it from friends that like there was like very like nitpicky people like doing this and that, and I understand like some people have like certain opinions and they're not a one policy voter. And like for me as a Palestinian, I am a one policy voter because that's just like a red line I won't cross. Like,
I think having families being wiped off the map in mass is enough of a policy to determine whether or not you vote for someone. So I personally don't agree or like when they regard people who vote based upon Israel Palestine, because that's not like one issue voting like abortion or like, you know what I mean? Like it's not the same. Like these people are losing their families and their lives, and they're almost never going to be able to rebuild Palestine. But we have a bunch of weirdo anti-Palestinian people leaving the fucking life. So I am gonna have to move on, but I do appreciate you.
No problem.
I appreciate you. But yeah, thanks so much for coming up. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I know your attention span is whooping your ass, but I need you to lock in when we start having actual conversations.
Hello.
Okay. Anyway, if you haven't already, go ahead and follow me, turn on that bell. It tells you every single time I go live. I go live every day, 12 p.m. and on until I get tired. Hi, how old are you?
18.
Okay, so shoot, drop down. Anyway, so yeah, do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
Yes, only for a couple reasons. Like, I don't think Trump was a good candidate either. Um, when she decided not to go on the Joe Rogan podcast,
Oh, you're 5
like,
years old. Let's go on to the next
what?
person, guys. That guy doesn't know how to be weird. He doesn't know how to be normal, y'all. That guy doesn't know how to be normal. Hello? Bro's gonna determine her entire her entire like political career based off of whether or not she went on like a Chanel Schnazi's podcast. Are we 5 years old? Are we 5 years old? By any chance, are we 5 years old? Hey, chat. By any chance, are we 5? Are we 5 years old, chat? Anyway, let's go on to the next person, guys. Only join the guest request if you think. Oh, you're here again. Please go away. Stop with the harassment, please. I beg. Let's go on to the next person, guys. How old are you?
26.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Just by looking at her like policies on the border. Well, I guess it was mostly Biden, right? Because he was the president, but
Okay, so that has nothing to do with
he
Kamala
did
then. So
put her in charge of the border, but she did.
no, he did.
a
No,
really
he did
bad
not.
job.
When did he put her in When did he put her in charge of the border? I don't know why you guys keep saying that. It's false. Demonstrably so.
No, he did. The claim that you guys can claim is false is the border czar claim.
No,
'cause there's
I'm
no
not
such
talking about the
thing as
border czar
czar.
claim.
No, but he did appoint her to solve the migrant caravan issue. I don't know if you remember that. Remember, that's why she had the whole "do not come, do not come."
Right. So what we're referring to is whether or not, like, why her job was to figure out why it was that people were leaving their countries en masse. That was her job. It
Right.
wasn't. It didn't actually have anything to do with the border itself, but to more address the foreign countries that these people were coming from.
I would argue it does have something to do with the border if they're coming to our southern border.
Okay, so
Regardless,
not
right,
in the way. Okay, this like weird semantical nitpicky thing. Not in the way that you were presenting it as such.
That's what I was saying. Like, regardless, right? We can move past that. I think Trump obviously implemented his policies on day one, and it showed that they solved the problem pretty quickly, without any need from Congress or any failed Langford bills, anything like that.
What do you think the problem was?
Incentives. I think the incentive to come illegally was way too high. And I
What was the
think
incentive?
to come legally. Well, some of the incentives would be like the magic word asylum through the CBP One app, staying here a year without, having to worry about remaining in Mexico. Another incentive would be birthright citizenship. People are trying to come here while they're pregnant to try to have a child and
Well,
get
that's not true.
citizenship.
But anyway, so like I was
Regardless, I
saying,
mean,
well,
I
that's
think
not
it's an
true. But
incentive.
also, birthright
What's
citizenship
not
is
true about that? How is
birthright
that not an
citizen.
incentive?
Birthright citizenship is in the Constitution. Anyway, so like I was saying before, regarding your first point, with the asylum
Straw man you just
seekers,
did.
asylum
That was a
seekers
straw man.
are legal residents of the United States.
Yeah, everyone knows that. Everyone knows that asylum is
Right. So then
legal.
that's not actually illegal immigration. These people you're having a problem with people engaging in a legal path to citizenship, and I'm confused as to why.
No, I think you're misunderstanding. So obviously asylum is legal, but the thing is people can come here any way they want. They just have to make it onto US soil to claim asylum. So yeah, once they're on US soil and claim asylum, that's a legal process. The problem is you
Okay,
don't
so
care how
you're
they get here.
so you're
You don't
angry
care
that
how they
people
get here.
so you're angry that people I actually don't care how they get here. I think
Well,
that
that's what I'm
when
talking about.
when they
I'm
are on
angry
I
that
think
people
that
are
when
being
they I'm
kidnapped.
not done speaking. I'm not done speaking. I think that when they're on
I
US soil,
wasn't
they
either.
they also don't I don't care. They actually don't have to come through a port of entry to seek asylum. That's
Yeah, I
just
know.
not
Everyone
true.
knows that.
So it doesn't really matter where
You're
it
making
doesn't
straw
really
mans
matter where
here.
that's not a straw man. I'm addressing what you're saying.
It is, because that wasn't my argument. My argument is that it does matter
I'm
how they come
responding to
here
what you're
because
saying.
traveling illegally is dangerous. That's the whole point. If they come here
Right, but
illegally,
this hasn't actually stopped them from
origin.
traveling here. This hasn't stopped them from traveling here in dangerous legal pathways.
Exactly, because there's incentives. That's the whole point. There's incentives. That's why they're like, okay, it's
No,
worth doing
I'm
it.
sorry.
Even though I might
I'm sorry.
unalive,
An incentive. I'm sorry. An incentive to die.
an incentive to come here legally. That's another straw man you just did there.
You
So
talk about how
the reason you
dangerous.
stop illegal immigration.
Okay, so we're not gonna be able to have a conversation. You just talked about how the fact that it is dangerous in the ways that they are coming here. How is that an incentive?
I didn't say that was the incentive. I'm saying people are willing to do it, willing to risk their lives because there is an incentive to get here. Because you can claim asylum, you can have a child and give it birthright
So
citizenship. There are reasons
so
why people
okay.
come here illegally. Can we agree on that?
So what is it? No, there's no evidence for that second part. Anyway, so like I was saying before,
Hold on. So why do people come here illegally then?
people come here legally because in their original countries they may be facing some kind of like issue, destabilization, etc., government corruption, things like that. There's a plethora of reasons as to why people leave their country.
Right. So they come here because they're not gonna deal with that, right? That's an incentive to come here for safety, right?
Yes, but you regarded the danger of it, but that's not an incentive.
I'm regarding the danger because that's the reason we should stop illegal immigration, because migrants are unaliving, getting kidnapped, getting
Yes,
raped.
but you don't care about that because it literally is the border policies that we have currently that
You don't
calls
care
for these
about
things
that?
to happen. You don't care about that because it is the border policies that we have currently that calls for this to happen.
Really? So Trump ending illegal immigration is making more
He did not
people
end illegal
immigrate
immigration.
illegal?
And I also
He
think
did.
the
We
way
have
I also think the
over
ways in which he
90% drop in border crossings according to DHS since
well,
January.
I'm sure. Well, yeah, you can say this, right? But I think the way that he goes about doing it is also very important. If your whole thing was that he just ended illegal immigration, but you don't actually care about like the livelihood and integrity of these people, then I would just regard you as a psychopath. And at that point, I don't know how to have a conversation with you.
I think Trump obviously does care about these people. That's why he implemented the CBP Home app, so they can have a flight home without being detained, without being shackled.
These
without
people
being
are literally
arrested.
being sent to concentration camps when they are in this country.
Do you know what the
when
CBP
they
Home
find
app
them.
is?
The CBP Home app?
Yeah, I'm just gonna assume you don't. So it's an app that Trump changed the CBP One app that Biden
Yeah.
made for asylum appointments. He changed it into the CBP Home app, so it's like they get a flight home. They get like
Right, so this
1,000
flight,
plus.
but the issue is if they could just get a flight home, obviously they would have just stayed home. But if they come here, that means they need to be here, whether to be to seek asylum or the fact that they cannot go back home, have that be like some kind of prosecution or destabilization, or some kind of government corruption. So why would they want to go home? These people do not go home. That doesn't make any sense for that argument.
Again, it's an incentive. Would you, if you were an illegal immigrant, would you like knowing that you will be deported, probably put in a detention center, probably
If you
separated,
were being faced with death,
would
you
you
would
not
probably
just
still
take
take
the
that
flight
chance
home?
or just go somewhere else. Take the flight home to die? I don't know.
What? That's a crazy
Right,
reach.
people
You're just assuming
leave.
they're gonna unalive at home.
Unironically, they do, depending upon the country that they're coming from, especially if they're like disabled or part of the LGBTQ. This is like a very real risk that they pose. That's why a lot of them leave.
Right. So that's why they have the incentive to go back home. I mean,
To die.
there are ways to come here. Again, if that's the claim, if that's the truth, if they really are in danger, if they go back home, that's why we grant them asylum.
And that's
why
what we
there's
do.
refugee status.
And
why
that's
Trump
what
is
we do, and that's what
receiving,
you're complaining
people from
about.
South Africa.
You think people in South Africa require asylum?
They're actually getting refugee status, not asylum.
You think they're refugees?
No, they officially are refugees. Why do you guys have a problem?
Let's go on to the next person. Not worth my time. L rage bait. Imagine being a refugee from an apartheid state. Hi, how old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Y'all give it a second. If you haven't already, go ahead and follow me to on that bell. Running? Definitely not. Anyone who supports them, but not like people from the southern border. Fuck no. I'm not
Hello?
dealing with that. That's just rage bait. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Cool. So do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
Definitely not. Definitely
Okay.
not.
Well, I'm just looking for people who believe the opposite, but I do appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I do have to move on. What time is it? 3? What have I been live for the 3 hours? Hi, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born?
What?
What year were you born?
2004.
18 2004? That doesn't make any sense. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I want to play Minecraft. But yeah, that just sounds like L Rage Babe. A lot of people are just white supremacists and mask it. Hi, how old are you? Oh, I don't think the person's meant to be here. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Also, if you do want to support me, my Cash App, and Vimo, it's at the top there at Tashika Baby. That's one of the best ways to support me because I get 100% of the proceeds over there. Hi, how old are you?
18.
Oh, no, I cannot do basic math. I'm actually really fucking bad at math. It's like the one thing I'm really bad at. Anyway, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She supports fags.
Oh, not with that head, Steve.
Nigger.
Let's go on to the next person, guys. I'm going to go ahead and drop you because you have violated TikTok's terms of service. Walking around with a square head? Only another man could love that. Let's be for real. Be who you are. Also, guys, happy Pride. Happy Pride. Hi, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 19.
Talk normal. Let's go to the next person. Y'all give it a second. Don't like that. Hi, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 24.
Okay, so do you support Trump, or do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
I definitely don't support Trump, but I feel like Kamala Harris was so uniquely bad that she's part of the main reason we're here right now.
Why is that?
Because for one, she defended Joe Biden for the longest time, and Joe Biden is, I don't need to
Defended
go
Joe Biden
on.
regarding?
His age, his decline. She blatantly lied to the American people over and over again. And
What
I
did she
just
what did
feel
she
that-
what did she say that was a lie?
that he was like still conscious and like sane and
He
like
is still
functional.
conscious and he is still functional.
You think he's
But he's
functional?
just old. I think 1 second.
Because like I
1 second.
support.
1 second.
Sorry.
I think regardless of his cognitive decline, given the fact that he's almost 90 years old, is obviously going to be the case when a person is 88 some years old. I don't know how old he is, right? I think this is obvious. But whether or not he was still able to do his job, well, by the end of his initial presidency, 100% I would say so. But he was still able to do amazing things. Like the bills and the fact that he was able to get us out of a recession or make us avoid a recession is still amazing. So I think the fact that he did all of this while in cognitive decline, I think someone like Donald Trump has no excuse.
The thing is, it was heavily reported that under Joe Biden, the government was basically run by committee. So like, I do agree
By
with
committee?
you.
What do you mean by that?
His cabinet, like he wasn't doing anything. He was just the face. He was
Where are
the
you getting that from?
There's tons of reporting on it.
Then can you
the
get
Wall
me one?
Street Journal.
Can you get me one?
The Wall Street Journal, New York Times. I can't.
Can you
pull
grab
up
me
the
one?
article
Yes, you
specifically
can.
right now.
If you teacup, I can give you some time because I would love to see that.
All right. Well,
Also, I can't hear you when you're outside of the app, so take some time.
all right. I'm not gonna like look for the article right now, just because
Well-
I don't want to waste too much of your time.
Well, this
but-
is one hell of a claim.
No, I just think that for the most part we're on the same page that like
I don't
Trump
think
is
so.
Trump is very, very horrible for the country. I just think that so much of the Democratic Party was so incompetent for so long that like it gave the window for the fascists to enter the White House. I feel it should have been
But that's
Kamala
not
Harris
really
from
that's
the
not the
start.
question that I asked. I asked whether or not it would be worse. I didn't say whether or not it would be hunky dory.
I know. I feel like the way you pose the question is really, really reductive. It's almost like
Not really.
It's-
I think she objectively would have been better.
I don't know. I feel like what about on Israel? Do you think she would have been better on Israel?
No.
I mean that's like a major thing for me, like it's a
And that's fine.
genocide.
And that's fine. I said better,
you-
not perfect.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. Trump at the very least is distancing from Israel right now. I don't know. if Kamala would-
Right. After giving them extra money and then joking about how he wants to turn Palestine into a fucking like mall. Real. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, no, I don't think he's good on the issue, but he's getting closer to Saudi Arabia at the very least. I don't think Saudi's very good, but they're not.
Let's go on to the next person.
Okay, hi. I'm 18.
How old are you?
2007.
Cool. Yeah. So, do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
Yes, 1000%. So one of the reasons is, well, I support the Trump administration more than I did the Biden-Harris administration, only because of the fact of she has weak immigration policies. I think
What are
that
those policies?
huh?
What are those policies?
Oh, well, just the fact of the asylum policies. I don't
That's
think
not her
that
policy.
well, I don't know the policy straight off the bat, but what I'm
You
saying
should.
though is
I need you to tell me what the policies are.
the policies.
Yeah, I need you to tell me the policy.
I don't know the policies right
And
off
we're
the
not
bat.
going to be
like I
able to
said.
have the conversation.
Well, I'm telling you my reasons, and you're not really giving me a chance to tell you.
You're not telling me your reasons because you're not telling me what you're talking
But
about.
I am though. I'm saying because that she does not have
Then
like
tell me the
standard.
policy you disagree with.
I don't know off the
Then
bat,
go.
but I'm gonna
Then
tell
go
you.
find them. I'll give you some time, because I would love to have a conversation about that. I don't want to hear you yap about the fact that you don't like it. I don't like this lash. It's curled weird. I don't like that lash. It's curled weird. Don't feel bad. I think that right lash is just wonky. Why is it so wonky? I need you to go find the policy, please. Why is it so wonky? Maybe some of this? Nope. Makes it worse. Nope, just a bad lash. Just a bad lash. Throwing that out. No, she left. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I don't want to hear you just talk about whatever. I want you to have, like, actual justification. That means give us examples. How old are you?
18.
What year were you born?
2007.
Okay, so can you talk like an adult then? And, like,
Yeah.
speak up? Speak up. Speak up. Do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
Yes.
I don't trust it. No 18-year-old is going to talk like they're under their bed. Let's go on to the next person, y'all.
Y'all so fucking pretty.
That guy can't be normal. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Please stop doing that. It makes me uncomfortable. Groveling is only for cishet men. I don't like when people do that. It just makes me uncomfortable. I do appreciate the love and everything, but, like, I just find this being inappropriate. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. What did he even do? Yeah, so, you mean, okay, so, chat, let's really, like, think about it for a second. Someone walks up to you in public, right? Someone walks up to you in public and goes, "Oh my god, I love you so much! Oh my god, I love you! Woo!" No, that's weird. That's weird. No. Like, no. No. I don't like that. I don't appreciate it. I think it's okay to say that you love my work and everything, but, like, be normal about it, please. Anyway, hold on, chat. I'm funny, but, like, I have to keep boundaries. For some reason, y'all see, like, a funny black woman and y'all forget how to act. You know what I mean? And so I gotta remind you that I'm from Philly. Anyway, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Join the guest request. Feel free to join the guest request, y'all. Give it a second. If you like the live, go ahead and follow me to on that bell. Tells you every single time I go live. I go live from 12 to however long I want to go for. Hi, how old are you? I've had some of my mutuals, like, people jump up behind them and hug them. Hello, how old are you? That's a pride fag. Pride flag! TikTok, please! Pride flag! TikTok, please! TikTok, please! Pride flag! I'm a lesbian! Wait! TikTok, I'm a lesbian, please! What? What? Please! TikTok, please! I'm a lesbian, please! I have, chat, I have a little bit of a speech impediment. Please! Please, TikTok, please! No! Pride flag! Please. TikTok, please! I love TikTok shop! Oh! TikTok, please! No, chat! No! No, I'm a lesbian! I love the gays, please! I'm one of them, please! No!
Kamala Harris won. She won. She won. Donald.
Oh, I'm getting cooked. I'm gonna get cooked. See you guys in a week. Oh, shoot. I'm cooked. It's coming from each other. I can feel it. Jesus. That was like fully into the mic, too. No. I feel horrible. No, chat. Don't cancel me. Are you serious? Anyway, that's crazy.
Hello?
How old are you? Hello? How old are you? I don't think they can hear me. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's get some more debates in. Let's get some more debates in. Caught you at. Y'all are so mean. Y'all are so mean. Like, guys, let's get some Dubai chocolate. Yeah. Debates. Hi, how old are you? Oh. Wait, hold on. Hold on, chat. I gotta focus on this lash. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Just give me a second. Hold on. Hold it. Leah! Thank you so much for the travel with us. I appreciate you, W's. W in the chat for the achievement. Thank you so much, y'all. I appreciate you, baby. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much. Hi, how old are you? Hello, ma'am. How old are you? I don't think this person's here, y'all. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. In the meantime, if you haven't already, go ahead and follow me, turn on that bell to do every single time I go live, y'all. Should put a bang on this, should I? Should I put a bang on this? Should I make this little bang? Hi, how old are you? My hands are filthy. Hello, how old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Please be patient while we get some more people in here, y'all. Bang would be cute. Chat, bang, no bang. Hi, how old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Please be patient while we get some more people in here, y'all. Hi, how old are you? Juan, how old are you? Jesus Christ. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second, y'all. Let's go on to the next person. Hi, how old are you? Unfortunate. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. That person was complaining about me not letting them up, and then I let them up, and then they don't talk. Unfortunate developments. Hi, how old are you? Jesus Christ. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Hi, how old are you? Back to back. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. All right, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Everyone's not ready at all. All right, this person's not here either. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. We'll get some more people in here. Join the guest request if you think that Kamala Harris would have been worse. How old are you?
You said what?
How old are you?
15.
Let's go on to the next person. Y'all give it a second. You can only be 18 or older to be on TikTok Live. That person is not loading in, guys. Please be patient while we get some more people in here. I know your attention span is fighting you tooth and nail, but I need you to lock in. Thank you. What kind of lip combo should we go for?
He deported my grandpa.
Calm down. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Say it on your own live, but I'm going to go ahead and drop you for violating TikTok's terms of service. Yes. Hi, how old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person, guys. Give it a second. We'll get some more debates in. It's the pride flag. Hi, how old are you?
I am 7.
Period. Let's go on to the next person, guys. Give it a second. We'll get some more debates in. I made sure to say it right next time. Let's go on to the next person, guys. TikTok, please. TikTok, please. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. We have fun over here. We have fun over here, though we engage in debates, but we have fun. Hi, how old are you?
23.
Chad, I wonder if I should go back on Jubilee. Anyway, okay, cool. So do you think Kamala Harris would have been better? Thank you so much for the heart means, y'all. Thank you so much for the gifts, by the way. I do appreciate you all so much.
If I had a fat ass, would you spank it?
No, I wouldn't touch you with a... Be nice. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and drop you for violating TikTok's terms of service. Let's go on to the next person, guys. They almost got me. Hi, how old are you?
24.
Cool. So do you think Kamala Harris would have been better or worse?
Nah, I think you need to get them eyelashes off, them big ass.
Definitely not. I'm going to go ahead and drop you for violating my boundaries and TikTok's terms of service. Let's go on to the next person, guys. Hi, how old are you?
Hello. Hi, I'm 24.
Cool. So do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
Yes.
Why is that?
So actually, I would say Kamala couldn't differentiate herself from Biden. And
She couldn't.
had
She
no
couldn't. I'm
policy
sorry. She couldn't what?
whatsoever.
That's not true.
She couldn't disassociate with Biden when it came to her policies. Like, let's say, for example, Israel and Palestine and all those stuff. She just followed him to his grave.
I guess it's valid to say that she didn't distinguish herself.
Even the other thing is she was even very hypocritical because what she did is she even showed different ads to different states in some way she emphasized. You're not following?
I'm not following what you're saying.
I'm saying during her campaign, she used different advertisements for different groups. Like, let's say in
wait, she had false.
Yeah.
She had false advertisement for different groups.
No. Different advertisements. Where, for example, in Michigan, where the Arabs live, she put out an advertisement which was actually like, where she was saying like, we're gonna do something with this conflict in between Israel and Palestine, whatever, And then the thing is, on the neighboring states, she was saying, I support Israel, whatever,
Where's the evidence of that?
Oh, there are videos.
Oh, can you get me some, please?
Nah, that's just get you from where? I'm on my phone right now.
I would require for you to get me the actual advertisements from different states, please. I would require that. Also, your audio is really bad, so either you fix that, I'm gonna have to move on, or you gotta find that evidence real quick. In the meantime, while they are grabbing that evidence, much better, baby. So, can you go ahead and grab those advertisements and tell me what they're called, please?
Oh yeah, all right. Give me a minute, please.
Cool beans. We gotta clean the piercing shot. Oh my god, I hate when it does that. I hate when my mascara gets on my face like that. I hate it. I hate when it does that. While we're waiting for them to grab that info, chat, feel free to follow me if you haven't already. Turn on that bell. It tells you every single time I go live. Thank you. I'm wondering if I should... My hair's all wet from the spray. Chat, really quickly, what kind of lip combo should we go for? I don't know what kind of lip we should go for. Sir, you might be taking too long, so I'm gonna have to move on, but when you do find it, feel free to come back. When you do find it, come back and I'll let you back up, okay? Mods, if you see them back in the guest requests, you can just go ahead and let them back up. Hi, how old are you? Hello, how old are you? Des? Oh, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. If you haven't already, go ahead and follow me. Turn on that bell to hear every single time I go live. Also, if you do want to support me, my C&V, my Cash App Venmo, add that Tashika baby at the top there. It's one of the best ways to support me. Okay, so, sorry. Do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
She would have been worse.
Why is that?
Why? Because Kalama was
Talk
in
normal.
charge of the border.
Talk normal. Like, it's not funny. I don't know what this, like during Pride Month, we really need to discuss the rampant inceldom amongst this demographic.
How am I an incel?
Because it's weird. You come up here and troll people, and just be like mean for no reason. I don't know why you're like this, but it's not funny and it's not cool. And you're too old for this. Be normal. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Hi, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
Yes.
And why is that?
I believe that Kamala wouldn't have been able to run presidency as head chief. I think she's a good assistant, not head chief.
Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Not even dealing with that one. Not even touching that. Not even touching that. Ooh, we could do a red lip chat. Let's go on to the next person. This person not loading in, y'all. Give it a second. We'll get some more people in. Please be patient. We got a lot of people in the guest request. Hi, how old are you?
48.
Okay, check. Can y'all see him? Because it's not showing up on my other screen. Anyway, do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse? I got some fancy lips on me. And why is that?
I just don't think she's a good leader, and from where she come from, where she was in the vice presidency.
Why don't you think she would be a good leader? And can you come closer to the mic, please?
Well, she really didn't accomplish anything in the position that she was in.
That is demonstrably false. She lowered recidivism in her state by 40%. It was at 50%. She brought it down to 10. She's also, like, as vice president, was a tie-breaking vote for the most bills passing through. So yeah, no, she's a very accomplished person. She's one of the most competent and experienced people who have ever run for president in the United States history. So when you're talking about her accomplishments and saying that she hasn't accomplished enough, that would just be demonstrably false. So what would she need to accomplish for her to be qualified in your eyes?
Well, what do you mean? What does she have to accomplish? She's only given one job, and she failed at it.
No. So you guys keep using this and people keep disproving it over and over and over again. So what you may be referring to is her alleged border czar job. She actually did succeed at it in flying colors. Her job was actually to address the Central American countries that people were leaving and trying to find out why they were leaving. She found that during the pandemic, these states were plagued with like government corruption as well as destabilization in their economy via the pandemic. Sorry. And she was able to sustain about $7 billion in funding for these countries, so that people are less likely to leave to try to seek, better employment or better money or an economy in our country or others as well.
Yet the border crossings actually increased, so it did
Border crossings were bound to increase, but it doesn't mean that they were specifically coming from these Central American countries specifically. But also there was still a pandemic going on. So just because she did this doesn't mean that she solved the problem, right? You cannot solve a pandemic. She was never going to solve the problem unless she stopped C-19. And we all know that that's never going to happen. So I don't know why you guys are putting this insane standard that she is somehow single-handedly supposed to be able to quell an entire pandemic. But that's just not how that works.
In 2021, the World Health Organization deemed it not a pandemic anymore. That's where one part of it comes from.
And a lot of people actually disagree. A lot of doctors. A lot of doctors and physicians actually heavily disagree with them. I just think, in terms of it being a pandemic, we would have to see how they define pandemic. But people are very much still getting C-19, just like the unaliving rates are definitely lower right now, regarding the vaccines and social distancing and such. But it doesn't matter though, because these things, just because a pandemic is over doesn't mean that the economic impact is over, right? Not every country is the United States. Most other countries did not bounce back as fast as we did, especially not these Central American ones. So it doesn't really matter when the pandemic was. If they took a hit to their economy, then that's going to span over probably the next 10 years.
It took a hit to their economy because the liberal side shut the economies down.
Okay, so I need you to talk like a normal person.
More death through the flu epidemic than there was COVID-19 epidemic.
That's not true.
That's absolutely true. If you
that
look
is demonstrably false. Per capita, COVID unalived a lot of people.
Look up the statistics of how many people died from the flu epidemic than COVID-19.
So wait, was that pre-vaccine or?
No, that's all the way through.
So all the way through, even when people were getting vaccines, people were still unaliving from the flu at high rates. That is false.
No, that's absolutely true, and you can.
Okay, so can you go ahead and provide that where you read that from?
Can you go ahead and provide where I'm wrong? No, you cannot.
No, that's called a fallacy. You're the one who made the positive claim. Therefore, the burden of proof is on you.
The burden of proof is on you to prove me wrong.
All right, let's go on to the next person, guys. He's not worth my time.
She's so fat.
Let's go on to the next person, guys. Let's go on to the next person. That was weird. That guy can't be normal. I do got some Fenty. I got some Prada. I got some more Fenty. Hi, how old are you? Oh, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. It's lip gloss, though. Let's go on to the next person, guys. Join the guest request if you think that Kamala Harris would have been worse. Hi, how old are you?
16.
Okay, well, you can only be on TikTok Live if you were 18 or older. But I do appreciate you coming up here. I do have some lipsticks here. What is this? Is this? I don't know what brand this is. I don't really like these kind, but it's all right. I do have a lot of red lipsticks, though. I love me a red. I love me a red. Oh, I have two. I have two of those. What is this? Is it Lancome? Probably. I don't know. I do have some Fenty. I think I have two of the same one. But I think I'm going to show you guys. The Gwen Stefani brand, this color, and Tartan. This is my favorite red. It's my favorite red. But I also have this Prada. Girl, no you didn't. No you didn't break. Girl. Anyway, this is the Prada one. It's a very, rusty red color. It's very pretty. Like it a lot. Anyway, let's go on to the next person, y'all.
Hello.
Hi, how old are you? Hello?
18.
Oh my god, I forgot. It also smells like it smells like cookies. It smells so good. Okay, so do you think Kamala would have been worse?
No, but what do I have to do to have a chance with you, please?
Be a woman. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. We'll get some more debates in. Hi, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 49.
Cool. So, do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
Girl, Kamala Harris would have been better.
Okay, I appreciate you, mamas, but I gotta move on to the next person. But I do appreciate you. I'm just looking for people who think that she would be worse. I appreciate you. Walla what, chat? W Walla was. Look at that. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. What year were you born?
06.
No.
I just want to know where your lashes from. That's it. I just need.
I'm not telling you.
Please, please, please.
I gatekeep my lashes. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Last time I told y'all where I got my lashes from, y'all sold them out for months. No. I gatekeep my lashes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mm-mm. Mm-mm, baby. Mm-mm. 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 Hi, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 18, but I just want to say you look good, Tashika. You look so pretty today. I love your makeup. You look so much beautiful.
Thank
I'm
you so
sorry
much,
for
baby.
You look
I
so
appreciate
good.
you,
I
my
love
love. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
you. Bye.
Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I love you guys so much. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Only join if you think Kamala Harris would have been worse, y'all. Hi, how old are you?
Beautiful. Beautiful. You're beautiful.
Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Yeah, give it a second. Yeah, you see this? Gwen Stefani 8. This is my favorite shade of red. Gwen Stefani 8 down. Hi, how old are you? And it's matte too. It's like a velvet. But it doesn't transfer. Oh, beautiful. Hi, hold. Oh, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Please be patient while we get some more people in. If you haven't already, go ahead and follow me. Turn on that bell. Tells you every single time I go live, y'all. Hold on. Beautiful. Anyway, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Oh, no one's loading in. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. How long have I been live for? Whoa, whoa, what just happened? Whoa, 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 what just happened? What was that? Hi, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 18. I would just like to say you're absolutely stunning.
Thank you. I appreciate you, my love. I appreciate you. I gotta move on, y'all. Yeah, the glaze. All this glaze and no cash apps. Come on. If you think I'm pretty, put $5,000 in my hand right now. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you. Hi, how old are you?
18.
Cool. So, do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
I do.
Why is that?
Mostly because how she did in the state of California.
Oh, how'd she do?
I don't think she did that well, personal opinion.
I assume so. What did she do?
I feel that when at her time as senator, I feel that California could have been much better. Number one, California has one of the worst economies in America right now. Is that true or false?
That's false.
Sorry, when she was senator. I'm sorry, when she was senator. Is that true or false?
That's still false.
Is it?
What do you mean they had one of the worst? Where's the evidence for that?
California is known when she was senator to have one of the worst economies. It's still bad now after the fact she's senator, but is it true or false?
What did she do to cause this?
She was senator. She could easily have helped persuasion.
Not easily. That's unfair as fuck. And also,
Okay,
where are you getting it from that they had one of the worst economies?
I don't know the name of the article, but there's an article.
Can you go find it, please?
Will you remove me if I do? Can I go do it real fast?
Yeah, you can go do it.
All right, thank you.
Gwen Stefani is MAGA? What? You lying. I know you lying. I know you lying. You gotta hurry up, dude. It's gonna take I said I would wait for you, but
Hello.
it needs to be faster than this.
Hello.
Hello? Did you find it?
No, I cannot find the article. I believe it was not. I think it was it wasn't CNN. What was the name of the news? Wow, I'm completely blanking right now.
So this whole thing of like she could have easily done this and that is not a fucking argument, right? You're going to have to tell me exactly what she could have done.
Can I ask you a question? How could she not have easily have helped her state's
You're
economy?
the one making the positive claim, so I'm not going to do that work for you, baby.
No, it's just a simple question. How?
And I'm not going to answer it because it's not my argument. Because it's not my argument.
But you're arguing against it.
Right, you made the positive claim, and you still haven't proved your claim, right? So you're going to have to tell me exactly what she would have needed to do.
Okay, I feel that, okay, let's say I'm senator, where I'm from, I'm senator of Alabama. Let's say I'm senator of Alabama, and my economy sucks. What could I do?
Why does the economy suck? Economies don't just suck. There's a reason for
it. Personally, I believe that if the economy sucks, it's not just based on leadership, but this is what I'm going at. I believe it was based on not only her leadership, but
okay, so you keep doing this thing where you keep making claims and not substantiating them when I asked you a very specific question. So I'm going to go ahead and mute you so we can restart. What would she have needed to do, and why was the economy bad? Because you're genuinely wasting my time.
Okay, can I ask you which one would you like me to answer first?
What would she have needed to do, and why was the economy bad?
Okay, so what would she have needed to do? Number one, I feel that what she needed to do was, number one, she could have talked to her colleagues. It was fully democratic.
What colleague?
Either Dianne Feinstein, who was dying, so that wouldn't have helped, or Gavin Newsom.
Okay.
Correct?
So what about Gavin Newsom?
He was not colleague in the Senate, but he was a colleague helping in the state of California.
So what should she have said to him?
What could she have said? I can't tell you what could she have said.
Okay, so then I don't know how you're making this claim.
Okay, could you let me speak, please?
You're saying that she could have talked to her colleagues, but you don't know what she should have said to her colleagues.
I don't know what she could have said. I'm not Kamala Harris. Could you let me speak, please?
So then,
could you let me speak, please?
Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Go.
Excuse me.
What? Dumbass.
Can you
go ahead?
Me speak, please? Excuse you.
Go ahead. Dumbass.
Excuse you.
Dumbass.
Go
ahead.
Thank you. So what she could have did? Number one, the state of California has the highest population, right or wrong?
I don't know.
And you're calling me a dumbass?
Why would I know that? Why do I care?
Okay, so
where would that information? Where would that? No, really quickly. Where would that information help me?
Ma'am.
Where would that information help me? Why would I need to know the relative population of California to any other state? I don't even know the population of the city I'm in. Who gives a fuck? No one cares about that. That is irrelevant information. I called you a dumbass because you have made a positive claim, said that she should have done something, but then are unable to explain what she should have done. That is asinine. And I'm telling you to change that. Anyway, you're mad though.
Actually, I'm not.
How many trees are in California? You don't know? Dummy. You 5 years old.
I didn't ask that. See,
yeah,
you're trying to make a claim.
Oh my god, stop crying, please. Stop crying. Stop crying.
Anyway, excuse you.
Stop crying, please.
Thank you. That's all I wanted you. Shut your mouth. Thank you. But,
you're mad. Anyway, let's go on to the next person. You're not worth my time. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I don't get how you can make such a claim and then not know how to substantiate said claim. Was unable to find the first source that I asked him for, and then didn't know how she could have made it better as senator. Make it make sense. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I think I did hurt his ego. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I would appreciate that when you do that next time, that you actually have like full answers for these things. Hi, how old are you? I think the person's sleeping. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Zephyr, why are you crying? I don't know why Zephyr's crying right now. All right, let's go on to the next person. I'm seeing people who are already in the guest request, so I am going to have to drop you. Excuse me. Anyway, y'all, join the guest request if you think Kamala Harris would have been worse. How old are you?
Hey, 18.
Okay, so why do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse? Ow. Are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. Also, guys, if you do want to support me, my Cash App and Venmo is at the top there at Tashika Baby. That's one of the best ways to support me. They are expected, but and I do deserve them. Thank you. Anyway, so why do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
She had 0 to no experience in foreign policy.
Yeah,
She
that's
had
false.
a very No, it's not. What foreign policy does she have?
Where'd you get that from?
What do you mean? Tell me what foreign policy she had. If you're saying I'm saying
Where
false
where
thing.
where are you getting this from? What do you mean like foreign policy?
Where are you getting your accusation that she has foreign policy? Because she doesn't. None at all.
You mean so her time working with like Mexico and these like foreign transnational gangs is not like regarding foreign policy?
I mean, not entirely. Not to a presidential
Not
level.
entirely means that it was. So that's false what you just said. Okay, so let's continue.
I said little to none. Anyways.
Okay, little to none. All right, baby.
Been criticized for her her actions as a DA, putting blacks and browns in prison for petty weed crimes.
Let's go on to the next person. Not dealing with that one. Nope. What am I, a gang? Nah. No. Hi, how old are you? Blacks! And that's crazy as fuck. How old are you?
21.
Okay.
I just said 21.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
I don't know anything about that woman.
Okay, let's go on to the next person. Y'all give it a second. Only join the guest request if you think Kamala Harris would have been rude. I mean, would have been rude. I just read someone. She's not rude. Yeah. Anyway, would have been rude. Don't even think Kamala Harris would have been worse, chat. How old are you?
Hello, I'm 24. I'm back. I just got you the thing, but you.
Oh shit! I am so sorry. Oh my. Wait, rejoin. Rejoin. I thought you were a troll. Sorry. Come back. Whoops. I thought you were a troll. Sorry. Come back. Where you at? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where did you go? Oh, there you are. All right, you said you found it?
Yeah. So I said,
right.
yeah, I found it.
Where'd you find it at?
It was reported by CNN. All right.
Okay, where did you find it?
I actually sent you the video to your
I'm not going to be able to
account.
see it. I'm not going to be able to see it.
I put it in the comments now. I just put it in the comments.
I'm also not going to be able to see it in the comments. So what is the title of the video? Is it on YouTube?
What way would you like me to show it? To show it to you?
I can straight up just play it if you give me the title of it.
Oh, so where would you play from? Because
my computer. So tell me the title of the
because I have it on I've got it on TikTok.
Okay. So what did you look up to find this video, and what is the account name?
All right, let me check. Oh, okay, that's good.
And how did why would it only be on TikTok? Why is it, if it's reported by CNN, then it should be somewhere on YouTube?
It's not that it is, okay? It's not that it's only on TikTok. It's even posted by somebody else on TikTok.
Okay, so then what is the video called?
So you could actually hear the reporter, and you can see the reporter of CNN.
I don't give a fuck. What is the title of the video? What is the title of the video, my love?
Okay, I see on top of it, CNN just revealed Kamala is running completely different ads on the war in Gaza. So if you Google that, probably you would see that.
Mixed messages, a K-file investigation this hour.
Alicia, thanks so much for the jellyfish, y'all, and thanks so much for the white doves, Jenny. I appreciate you. Thank you for the gifts.
With vastly different messages on Gaza and Israel. This ad is running in Michigan, which has the largest Arab population in America.
What has happened in Gaza over the past 9 months is devastating. We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent.
All right, well, It's a very different story for an ad in Pennsylvania targeting Jewish voters.
Let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's
Thank you for the galaxy,
right
baby. I
to
appreciate you.
defend
Thank you so much.
itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7.
Different message. Andrew Kaczynski is out front now. So, Andrew, those...
Different message?
Thank you for playing that. Sorry?
What's the different... Is this like conflicting?
What?
I thought it would
Conflicting
be like
what?
I thought it
The
would be
thing
like a
is,
conflicting message.
So, yeah, but the thing is, so the thing is, people were fighting for, and let's say Democrats in America. I'm not even American. I'm not even, I'm Somali. I'm from Somalia, okay? But the thing is, even Americans, Democrats were trying their best to try to get probably a ceasefire. They asked Kamala so many times, everywhere, and
They did
when
get it a
actually
ceasefire.
anything comes up on human rights, okay, involving people of color, or, like minorities, Democrats have always have had a soft side for them. So actually, Kamala just went against the whole thing and even wouldn't answer a question.
No.
Yeah,
She did
during her
not.
campaign, she wouldn't even answer questions on
That's not
Palestine.
true. That's
Which
not true. That is false. She would. What are you talking about?
all right, so I'm saying
When did she
how
ever?
could she-
Wait a minute. That doesn't
Alright,
make any sense though.
alright,
When did she ever
it
refuse
was
to talk about Israel Palestine? That's never been. That's been like
hold
one
on.
of the
We
main
just
things that she would talk about. But also, again, these two ads are not contradictory.
all right. So how not? Like, because I'm not even a native English speaker,
I
and
think
I could
people
see
just.
that, but I don't know how you can see that.
I think people just hate Palestinians. I think you can acknowledge that age group is a terrorist group, and that what happened on October 7th was terrible. But then also acknowledge that Israel and the devastation in the Gaza Strip is
No,
also
Israel
bad.
is a terroristic state. That's it, too.
Right.
Of course it is.
Legally, it is the case that
There's
because
no
they are
legality because
there is
there's no actually
stop talking over me when I'm talking, first of all. Second of all, yes, there is legality. Israel is a sovereign country. Therefore, they do have the right to retaliate. But also, they are committing a G-side. These are not contradictory ads. And also, it's fine to give ads to like the demographic that it would be most receptive to it. I think that a lot of like Jewish people just cannot stand to hear that it's wrong to kill kids. So they're not actually contradictory. Companies do this all the time. Donald Trump's campaign did this all the time. But it just sounds like Zionists really can't bear to hear that you shouldn't be unaliving children in mass.
So I have a question for you. What would you say was what made Kamala lose the election? What do you think?
One second. That's not relevant here. But also get over it, chat. Hold on. I need to hold on. Where is my hairpiece? There it is. What I'm talking about, I had to specify. I meant Zionist. Stop crying in my fucking chat. Anyway, I think she lost because messaging issues. I think Democrats have a severe messaging issue, and that's the main thing. What? Hello?
So you're saying that was the issue, like messaging? You mean what I just showed you, or in what way, like messaging? What type?
No, I think that's probably an issue too. I think because Zionists cannot bear to hear a president say that they shouldn't unalive children indiscriminately. And I think that messaging matters as well. Oh my god, that's sweat. Oh, that's annoying. I think personally they should have just abandoned that entire demographic. Because if they don't want to be like sane, then like I don't know why you would like appeal to them at all. But yeah, I think it's just messaging. I think they centered a lot of white people. I think they centered young white men specifically, and I think that was a huge issue.
Get out of here. Your whole bullshit is ass. White man. Shut the fuck up.
You're mad. Anyway, let's go on to the next person, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you because you violated TikTok's terms of service. Oh, poor baby. Poor baby. Poor baby. Poor baby. Poor sweet baby. How old are you?
18.
Nope. Let's go on to the next person. Y'all give it a second. Only join the guest request if you think Kamala is worse, y'all. Hi, how old are you?
26. How did you just do that?
Do what?
The thing with the hair.
It's a clip.
Like, but I heard like it was like a magnet. It sounded like. Is it like how does it connect to your head?
Clip.
How does it match the hair color so perfectly?
Because I bought the one that matches the hair color so perfectly.
Okay, I see you. I see you. Want to go to Red Lobster sometime?
Do you have a vagina?
Not yet.
Okay. Yeah, we can. I don't really like Red Lobster though.
What do you fuck with?
I like Italian.
Okay. All right. All right. Let me get back to you when everything's done. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Cool beans. All right, let's go on to the next person. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. I think.
I just want to say you look stunning. So I don't want to tell you how to run your platform, but I think it would be fair. You know, I love you, but I think it would be fair just to like have conversation with people that go actually here.
No. I think only discussing this with Americans is lackluster and it cheapens the overall conversation because Donald Trump's influence does not just extend here, it extends outward as well. And we have seen an increase in people supporting him in droves outside of the United States.
Okay. One last question. I was just wondering, so if Kamala would have won, how would have she able to pass any legislation or law if the House and the Senate would still be red?
I don't know why you would think that the House and Senate would still be red. I think if more people got out and voted, then it would have been blue. But she has said time and time again that for a lot of the policies that she wants to pass, that she would need the House and the Senate, which is the case for any president. But there are some policies of hers, that do not require that as well. There are things like executive orders, things that record the border, things like that. So,
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
of course. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Also, like, even if it was all red, I think when she goes to pass things that actually benefit the country,
Hello?
and then like, one second, an entirely
sorry.
red House and Senate denies that, then I think the American people would notice really quickly who's on their side and who's not. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 18. I was actually here before.
Oh, then I can't talk to you again because I am just looking to speak to new people. But I
Okay,
do
I
appreciate
respect
you
that.
coming back. Let's go on to the next person, you guys. It actually doesn't match my hair. It's actually too black right there. Hi, how old are you? Should I have it like... I don't know. Hi, how old are you? I don't know how much this
You chop, boy.
Okay, let's go on to the next person, guys. I don't know how I should style it. Whoa! Are you serious? Emmy, thank you so much for the $50 Venmo. W's in the chat for Emmy. W's in the chat for Emmy. Wait, chat, I don't know how I should make it look. I don't know how I should make it look, chat.
Hello?
Hi, how old are you?
22?
Okay, so I know I actually hate it. Do you think that Kamala would have been worse?
No, definitely not.
Okay, so I'm just looking for people who think that, though.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks for your time.
I appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. We are approaching the last 30 minutes of the live. So I do think for the last 30 minutes, that we should. We can do like a sub only mode. I think I like this more. I think this looks more elegant. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. That person's not loading in. Give it a second. Please be patient while we get some more people in. Also, if you haven't already, go ahead and follow me. Turn on that bell. It tells you every single time I go live, y'all. Nah, no bang today. I'm not feeling it today, chat. I'm not feeling it today. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Please be patient. In the meantime, y'all, I have my gift goal, and also feel free to subscribe as well. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Cool. So, do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse? Also, before you begin, I think for like the last 30 minutes or so, I think we can go into sub-only chat. Mods, can a mod do that? I don't know how to do it on here yet.
Tashika, I don't want to waste your time. Look,
Mm-hmm.
if you hear me out, I'm gonna send you some money on Venmo. I just wanted to make amends with you. You don't remember I used to debate you on Christianity last year?
I have no idea who you are.
Oh my God, I miss you, Tashika, and you look nice. Okay, you look nice.
Okay, thank you. But yeah, I don't know who you are, sadly.
It's okay. I'm gonna pull up the video. I still got the video. I'm your biggest fan now. Bye.
All right, love. Send me that Venmo though. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. We're grifting, chat. We're grifting. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Chat, we're grifting. Yes, you can do sub only. I swear to God. I swear you could. I swear y'all could do sub only chat. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. I'm trying to. How do I do it on here? This person's not loading in, y'all. Let's go on to the next person. You were just up here.
I know.
Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. How do I do this? You're not a sub, then become one. Hi, how old are you? Oh, that's weird. Men try not to be grapists. Level impossible. Hi. What did I didn't load in yet? I'm going too fast. Chat. Hi, how old are you? Oh, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second.
Sorry.
How old are you?
I'm underage. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to join.
Okay, let's go on to the next person, guys. Join the guest request if you think that Kamala Harris would have been worse. We are just looking for people who think that it would be worse.
Hi.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born?
2000.
Lies. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Hi, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 24.
You have a really bad echo, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, just get rid of me.
Let's go on to the next person, y'all. We only have one person in the guest request. All the Trump supporters ran away, sadly. How old are you?
18.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been worse?
Please, man, just let me send you money.
You can. It's at the top there. You won't because you're broke. Let's go on to the next person. Why are you begging to send me money? Just do it. Like, how old are you?
18.
What year were you born?
2007.
No. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Jalen, thank you for the $5. $5? Anyway, how old are you? That's a fetus. Chat, we don't even have anyone else in the guest request right now. We don't even have anyone else in the guest. They all left. I'm so sad. I'm so fucking depressed. I'm so sad. We don't even have anyone in the guest request. Why is Hambles? What?
You're still live? I took a shower. I did my face mask. I packed my bags. Like, you're still live?
The live is lagging. Why is the live lagging? It doesn't say that. It doesn't say it on my side.
Well, anyway, I will miss you because I'm going to be driving for like 10 hours, so I can't listen to your beautiful live. But I'll be no longer in Wyoming, and this state is a curse upon the country, and it should sink into the earth.
Oh, to the bottom of the ocean?
Further.
Oh, I see. I see. Well, okay. Well, it's good seeing you, Hamples. Be safe on the road.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Join the guest request if you think Kamala Harris would have been worse. Thank you. Someone donate you $5. You should be thankful. No, he literally sat and begged to send me money, and then only sent me $5. I expect 100 minimum. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Hi, how old are you?
Hi, makeup was on point today. Just want to let you know, makeup was so on point.
Thank you. I
And
appreciate you, baby. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Here we go again. Here we go again. You're not coming up here. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Please be patient while we get some more debates in, y'all. How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Why? Get out of my guest request!
Wait, I'm confused. Like, how much money was I supposed to see in though? I'm confused,
$100.
bro.
I just said it.
Bro, to talk for 20 seconds?
Yeah.
$100? Bro,
Yeah.
anyway, I love what you're doing though. I'm serious though. For real.
Okay.
Okay.
Goodbye. I
Bye.
appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Hello? Know your worth, King. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Hi, how old are you? No. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second.
Hello?
How old are you?
24.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
No, I do not.
And why is that?
Just some of the policies that she stood for,
Like?
or the policies that she wasn't able to stand for.
Like?
I was getting there. Border and immigration policy.
What was her border and immigration policy?
Well, she was supposed to address it in 2021.
How?
What she called the root causes of it, and
How?
then no, after she didn't address it,
How?
2.76 million illegal border crossings, which is the highest ever, while her and Biden were in office.
Right, so how were they supposed to control that when Donald Trump shut down the border bill?
Okay, well, she only visited the border once in 2021.
That's not true, and that also doesn't stop people from coming in. She's not like a goddess that can like build a wall herself, right? Her going to the border doesn't really mean shit. She doesn't need to go to the border. She actually went over the border to communicate with these Central American countries. But you're talking about two different things. So can you go ahead and tell me, like, if you care so much about this border issue, why you support the man or not support the woman who helped draft this border bill?
Because they weren't able to keep it in place.
They weren't able to keep it in place. It was shot down by Republicans. What are you talking about?
Are you talking about all the illegal aliens that came into our country?
Right. So there was a solution that was drafted up for this, and it was shot down by Republicans because Donald Trump needed something to run on.
Well, then why didn't they do anything about it?
They can't because it was shot down in the House by Republicans.
Exactly.
Right.
And
So
then
do you not
policies.
understand like how government works and how checks and balances work? You think that like when things are shot down, they can just keep doing it? No. They need the money allotted from Congress to even do these things. So if it's shot down in the House, it can't even go. Like, what are you talking about? What are you
Yeah,
saying
it's
to me
shut
right
down
now?
through Congress. That has nothing to do with the Republican Party.
All right,
It's
dummy.
not-
Let's go on to the next person. Y'all, you're not worth my time. Shot down in Congress. That has nothing to do with the Republican Party.
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 16, but
Can't be
I
up here.
wanna.
Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Let's go on to the next person. In the meantime, guys, if you haven't already, go ahead and follow me to that bell. So every single time I go live, y'all. Hi, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah, that's annoying. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Go somewhere quieter next time. All right, y'all. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. I can't turn on syllable only mode. How old are you? Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Wait, hold on, chat. Why doesn't it just let me do this? Like, what? Is that it? Hold on. No, because that doesn't stop anything. I'm trying to figure out how to do this on here. How the hell do I do this on here, chat? Hold on. People keep joining and then like leaving. How old are you? Oh, you're annoying. That guy can't be normal. How old are you?
41.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
Let me say this. I do appreciate the fact that Trump is president because it does give the opportunity to see people for who they are.
I would really appreciate you answer my question.
No, I think she would have been a better president.
Okay, well, I gotta move on. I appreciate you, though. Oh, I'm so sorry. I appreciate you, but I gotta move on. Let's go on to the next person. How old are you?
19.
What year are you born?
2006.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
Definitely not.
Why is that?
Can we go a different route? Can you explain to me why she would be a better president?
No, I asked you the question first.
Okay. So that doesn't really make sense because I'm not gonna list reasons why she's a bad president because I don't have what's wrong with her. So I just
Thank you so much for the.
I think
no.
Can you please not interrupt me? Listen, I think Trump would have.
If someone gives me a donation,
Trump would have been better because of economy.
Can you give me a second, dude? Anyway, so Bianca, thank you for the $3 Cash App, and I use Milk Foundation because I don't have like a super oily skin, so I use the Milk Foundation because it just holds on better. Anyway.
So I think because okay, I'll tell you why. Because of policy, I agree with his policy.
There's no fucking way you're 19.
Okay, listen, can I tell you something? You're ugly as fuck.
Yeah, there's no way you're 19. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second, y'all. How old are you?
18.
What year were you born?
2006.
Wouldn't you be 19?
I have a late birthday. No, I'm just joking. I'm just playing. But like, you're really pretty.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Yeah, that doesn't even work. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Let's go on to the next person. That guy can't be normal. How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. That guy doesn't know where he is. How old are you?
19.
Okay, what year were you born?
2006 in March.
Okay, so yeah, do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
100%.
Okay, well I gotta move on because I'm only looking for people who believe the opposite. Let's go on to the next person, y'all.
Hello.
How old are you?
27.
Okay, what year were you born? Unfortunate. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. We'll get some more debates in. How old are you? That's a fetus. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. How old are you?
Nigger.
Let's go on to the next person. That guy can't be normal. Let's go on to the next person, y'all.
19.
What year were you born?
2007. I mean, shit, 2006. My bad.
Unfortunate. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. How old are you?
22.
What year were you born?
03.
03?
Yeah, 2003. I'm 22.
Is that right, chat? Okay, whatever. Do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
Yes and no.
That's not an answer. Okay, let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. I think we're just like in troll land now. We just have a bunch of trolls in my fucking guest request. Mods, block everyone in my guest request real quick. I still don't know how to turn this on. I still don't know how to turn this on. Oh, damn, they all left really quickly. Unfortunate. Anyway, guys, join the guest request if you think Kamala Harris would have been worse. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Look what up on YouTube.
Yeah.
How old are you? Hello, how old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Chat, we have like 10 minutes left, on God. How old are you?
22.
Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
Oh, no, I just wanted to say I think it's a shame you're lesbian because
You're mad. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. I think it's a shame your hair looks like that. How old are you? All right, that guy can't be normal, chat. Let's go on to the next person. Get well soon. Hi, how old are you?
19.
Excuse me. Okay, so do you think Kamala Harris would have been better?
No.
Why is that?
Because I think that, like, women, this isn't, like, sexist, but, like, men know more. And
All right, let's go on to the next person. That guy can't be normal. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. Give it a second. Sounding like that and talking about
faggot. More. Last word from.
All right, that guy's having a great time. Sounding like that and then talking about the intellect of women is crazy as hell. Let's go on to the next person, y'all. That guy can't be normal. That's a troll. Let's go on to the next person. Give it a second, y'all. We have like 10 minutes in the live.
What's up, my fag bags? Nigger.
Oh, you're mad. That guy can't be normal. Anyway, since we have like 10 minutes on the live, mods, block everyone in the guest requests. Again, I'm actually being serious, mods. Block everyone in the guest requests. Anyway, so, I think, you guys want to do like a Q&A? You guys want to do like a Q&A? For the last 10 minutes, yes. Oh, my back. Did y'all hear that? Lord. Did y'all hear how my back just cracked like that? Did y'all hear how my back just cracked? Lord have mercy, Jesus. Ooh. Anyway, last 10 minutes. I don't feel like debating anymore. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm eepy. I'm eepy sleepies. And I'm gonna go to Hot Pot. I'm gonna go to Hot Pot. I'm gonna get ramen. Ha ha. Ha ha. I'm gonna go to Hot Pot and I'm gonna eat ramen. Anyway, feel free to ask me any questions you have about me or anything like that. Also, real shit. Fuck, I just spit. Real shit. Should I go back on Jubilee? Because someone sent me. I saw that they had a, y'all saying no, damn. I saw that they had a, what's it called? It was like black men versus black women. It was a middle ground. I think that'd be really fun. I think that would be really, really fun. But it's just like, I don't feel like flying coast to coast. You know what I mean? I just don't feel like flying coast to coast. But I just think it would be like a really fun conversation. If this live was recording, and I really hecking hope it was, then yes, I will be uploading it to YouTube. I actually have a couple that I need to upload to YouTube right now. Insufficient space? Oh my god. Anyway. Hold on. How much did it record? No. Hold on, chat. Anyway, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I don't know who Bonnie Blue is. Who's Bonnie Blue? Do I like living in Philly? Yeah, I do. I love Philly. I love Philly and New York a lot. I go to New York a lot. I'm so Philly. Am I dating anyone? No, I'm single. Dating is hard, and it's just I find it's so no. Like obviously, like I think dating is really cool and it's always kind of fun, but like I just find dating to be really exhausting. So I'm pretty much single by choice, and also I'm scared of women. I have no idea who Fletcher is. Where'd I get my lashes? I'll never tell. I'll never tell. What's my zodiac sign? I am a Scorpio. Where did you get your knowledge from? Well, I'm scared of women because I actually respect them, and you know that's been the main issue, sadly. You know, but I get my knowledge just from like doing stuff. I don't really learn. I get my knowledge from like school. Obviously, I went to school. I just learned a lot. I took mainly like AP and honors classes my entire life. So my access to information was a lot wider than the average person, is what I noticed. Um, my lashes look kind of off. I feel like they look kind of off. Hold on. I don't know. Anyway, it's just a matter of like an access to information and just find whatever I want. My favorite series? I don't really have favorites. My brain doesn't really work like that. I have things that I like, but my brain doesn't have favorites. Emotional intelligence is a rarity in Scorpios. That's crazy. Am I in college? No, I'm not. At least not currently. Am I gonna do my YouTube videos? I don't know. Like since TikTok came back, I was thinking about making some YouTube videos, but probably. Editing is fun though. I actually did quite enjoy it. You think about me every time you see me? Well, I would hope so. Do you go back and forth with people a lot in public in your personal life? Yeah, that's actually like one of the reasons why I'm single. Because like at least like when I would date men, oh my god, they hated me. Oh, they hated to see me coming. They hated to see old Tashika coming. I remember when I was still dating men there that I would like we would always end up getting into like a relationship ending argument because I would just start debating them. I would just start debating them. And men really don't like when you argue with them. So that's like my favorite thing to do in the world. Why did I decide I like women? I didn't decide. I just kind of realized over time that my attraction to men was more like that of a pet and not like a person. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like a real, you know, but then I fell for a woman and I was like, oh, this. Yeah. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like then I realized I was like, oh, it makes a lot of sense now. Like, cause like when I would date a guy and then we would break up, I wouldn't feel anything. You know what I mean? Like when I would date a guy, like I would be we would break up and like I would feel sad, but not because I was sad that they were gone. It would just be more like I was sad that like I didn't have anyone to like spend time with. You know what I mean? So I saw them more like a friend and the exchange was smecks. Like I like how it feels still. I still enjoyed the intimacy. But it seems like my brain for some reason would constantly categorize it as like a really close friends with benefits. Well, I'm thinking someone for the galaxy, baby. No, not AG. But she did help me realize that over time. Do I like mask or femme women? I always say that I really like mask. I love me. Let me say something. I dream and pray and manifest every day, bars, for a butch Latina to sweep me off my feet. Um and but no, like I'm pretty much attracted to all women. I always, like, everyone always talks about like they have like a certain standard, but like when you see a pretty woman, your immediate urge is like, I want to give you the world. You could eat my heart out of my chest. I would let you. You know what I mean? Oh my goodness. I love. Oh my god. Again, can I just please get like a 5'10" mask, okay, dark skinned lesbian with some locks? Please! Please. I beg. I beg. I beg. I've been asking, I've been praying. Okay? I fall to my knees right now. Thank you. Okay? Who that in the back with the dreads? But I don't know. I've been thinking lately, like, maybe I just hate, like, maybe I just don't feel anything with, like, cis men. Maybe I'm just really specific. Because there are some trans men where I would be like, you know what I mean? Like, like, you know what I'm, like, you know what I mean? You kind of give a little, something. It's low, something, and it makes me feel low giddy and pretty inside. So, like, maybe I'm pan. Maybe I'm pan. I'm just anti-cis, Maybe I'm pan. I'm just anti-cis, But, like, it's alright, I guess, You know what I mean? Do you get what I mean? Do you like a mask or femme men before? I realized that I preferred men with the features of women. I preferred a man with a slutty waist. You know what I mean? But yeah. There's a name. Wait a minute. There's a word for that? There's a word for, like, I will literally date anyone but a cis person? What? It is impossible for a person to choose their attraction. There's a word for that? Well, whatever that word is, maybe I'm that. But I think it might be the case that I just don't like cis men. Maybe I'm just not attracted to that. I don't know what it is. Like, I'm attracted to masculinity a lot. But only through women. Actually, no, that's a lie. Do y'all know Cole? Do you guys know Cole's hairless cat? Androgynous man, very beautiful. Like a Link type, hell yeah. Do you know who that is? That one artist? We're mutuals. I think he is so beautiful. I think he is so, like, you ever seen a person that is just, like, objectively gorgeous? He looks like he could be like an elven prince. And when I first saw him, I was like, I was like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what that would mean. I don't know what that would mean. Thank you. Have you ever thought about becoming a lawyer since I'm really good at debating? No, I just like debating. As a career, I just like debating as a career, but, like, I don't know if I would become a lawyer. I feel like being a lawyer is more about isn't just about debating. I think being a lawyer is about no matter what evidence is being given to you, knowing how to manipulate it. And that's not what I do. Like, if I'm wrong in a debate, I'm just saying that I'm wrong, and if I'm right, I'll say that I'm right. But lawyers don't do that. Lawyers don't deal in right or wrong. Lawyers deal in winning cases. Did I like debate as a kid as well? I did, actually. I've been debating ever since I was in middle school. I want to do this, obviously. And if this doesn't work out, then we gonna have to live in the woods because the workforce will not have me. I'll tell you that right now. Would I see myself running for office? Not if I have to deal with Israel. So probably not. How's Payne? Payne's doing okay. He might be getting out soon. He's doing okay. and he's been laughing and having a good time. He's made some good friends, some good connections, so he'll be fine. Do you think it's impossible for people to choose their attraction? I think it is impossible. You don't get to choose that. How's David? David's all right too. Like David Aguilar? David's doing okay. Will I do duos with David? You can ask him to. We probably could, but I feel like I like David a lot. Like as a person, like we talk every day. But well, not talk. By talk, I mean like we send memes to each other every day. But like, I think that David and our energy is too similar. And I feel like that can really throw off a live because obviously like we both host lives. And so we both have the etiquette of a host, which is like completely taking over a conversation. And I feel like I just stepped my toe. Oh, I was swinging and I stubbed my toe on my freaking step stool. Jesus, did y'all hear that? My God. Anyway, oh, no, it hurt like a fucking yeah. It was crazy. Zephyr was sitting on it too. He just flew away. But yeah, like I was saying before, I think with David, we both kind of have this like I am in control attitude about us. So you and David are both tops. Okay, so that's enough of that, Hamples. That's enough of that. Probably. I'm actually not a top. I'm actually a super sub. I'm actually a pillow princess. I'm gonna be so real with you. I'm a pillow prince. I crumble and fall to my knees every time. Anyway, but no, I think we both just clash. Not in like a bad way, but like it can just become a lot. I think when we're both on a panel, it can just become a lot because we're both really like hyper. But no, with men, I'm a top. With women, no, something about it. I don't know. Like I just kind of fall into place. You know what I mean? Like I just kind of fall into place when a woman tell me something. Sit down. Yes, I will. Yes. Yes. And I think it's genuinely because I don't respect them. I think that's why. I think the reason I top is because I do not respect them, but because I respect women. I'm like I think that's it. I think it's just a matter of some kind of like sadism. I don't know what it is. I don't know. But it's just like really easy and they don't respect themselves either. So it's, you know, very toxic developments. Do I like anime shows? I do sometimes, but I don't really watch that much. I don't watch that much anime. Oh, if you haven't already, please go check out my recent video as well. How do I make my makeup not crease? Ooh, baby, let me tell you. Yes, it does. Well, let's get close. Let me see if I can get close. Hold on. Look at my face. There's makeup on right now. Don't look at it. There's a crease there. My makeup is not perfect. Okay. So, and I didn't do what I usually do. It depends on your skin type. I have one wrinkle right here, and because you know I'm like always cheesing, so it always comes out. But like. Sometimes you use like setting spray. Sometimes you have to powder set it in between, like before. You know what I mean? Like as you're doing your makeup, like constantly have to powder it because that's usually what I have to do. Every time I go outside, I bring my 2 beauty blenders, and I'm constantly going like this every day, and then just like filling it in, or like taking like a Q-tip, or like trying to figure out. Dude, there's so much makeup under my nose. I always make such a mess when I do my makeup. It's actually insane. I'm like a 5-year-old, okay? I'm like a 5-year-old, literally. How am I enjoying Donald Trump and Elon's breakup during Pride Week? It's crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you, baby. Cool. Not gonna lie to you, during Pride Week, the girls are fighting. Why are the girls fighting? It feels like Bad Girls Club. You know what I mean? There's a hair right here, I feel like. Is that a hair? Is that a hair or is my lace just ass? You get angry for me? No, oh God. Oh God, I feel that. It's just so annoying. But yeah, chat, I am going to end it here. Where will I debate this app goes away? Probably most likely YouTube. Or I do have a YouTube channel. The sweat. Jesus. Damn, your girl was going at it today. Lord have mercy. Your girl was, I don't know, what your girl was sweating. Damn, I cannot believe these scrubs were making me sweat. That's crazy. Anyway, love you. I gotta start putting like some panty liners under my shit. Look at that. Jesus, burning calories. Yeah, I love you guys so much. Ooh, chat. Should I get some teeth gems? When am I going live again? Tomorrow, 12 p.m. I go live every day tomorrow. Go every day at 12 p.m. Some teeth gems. I usually get them. I usually get teeth gems. I think it just looks so cool. Thank you. I love my teeth. People make fun of my teeth because I have that one tooth right behind it. I think it's genuinely one of my favorite traits about myself. But I also I was born with a smaller than average jaw. And that, you see that? You see, I was like a trapezoid. It's because my mouth literally cannot fit my teeth. It literally. Did someone make another fake account? Damn it! Someone made another fake account. Oh my God. Hold on, chat. Another one? Someone keeps making fake accounts of me. This is my only account that goes by Tashika Ann. Okay? This is my only account that goes by that. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is not me. This is not me. Okay? If you see this account, report it. This is not me. Okay? This is not me. None of my accounts have only 600 followers on it. This is not me. It's so sad that there's 600 people. God first. Healing and self-love and count only backup? No. God first? Yo, them 600 people that follow me ain't fans. They not supporters for real. She's talking about some God first. It's me first. What are you talking about? Hey, lock in. Talking about some God first. Lock in. I do look so pretty right now. I'd be turning my cell phone. Sorry. Anyway, I love you guys so much. I'm going to be posting this on YouTube. Thank you all so much for being here. I love you all so much. Thank you all so much. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye.